Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Professor Karani Sanjeevi, respected Registrar Sir, Professor B. Sai Giridhar, respected Controller of Examinations, Sri Sanjay Sani Sir, respected elders, teachers, dear brothers and sisters, a very good morning and a loving Sairam to all of you present here and to the many of you connected with us through virtual platforms. We will begin today's proceedings with the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. I humbly request our revered Vice Chancellor Sir to come over to the dais and light the ceremonial lamp. Following which we will have the invocatory Vedic chants. Ganeshaya Namaha, Saraswatyai Namaha, Shri Gurubhyo Namaha, Harihi Om. Medha Devi Dushamana Na Aga Vishwache Bhadra Sumanasya Mana Tvaya Jushta Nudamana Durukta Brahadva Deva Vidate Suvira Tvaya Jushta Rishir Bhavati Devi Tvaya Brahma Gadashri Rutatvaya Tvaya Jushtas Chitram Vindate Vasusano Jushasvadravino Namedhe Medham Mahindro Dadhatu Medham Devi Saraswati Medham Me Ashvina Bhubhava Dattam Pushkarasraja Apsarasu Chaya Medha Gandharveshu Chayanmanaha Devi Medha Saraswati Sama Medha Surabirjushata Guswaha Ama Medha Surabhir Vishwarupa Hiranyavarna Jagati Jagamya Urjaswati Payasa Pinvamana Sama Medha Supratika Dushantam Mayi Medham Mayi Prajam Mayi Yagnistejo Dadhatu Mayi Medham Mayi Prajam Mayi Indra Indriyam Dadhatu Mayi Medham Mayi Prajam Mayi Suryo Brajo Dadhatu Hamsa Hamsaya Vidmahe Paramahamsaya Dhimahi Tanno Hamsah Prachodayat Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. On behalf of the Department of Physics, Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, I welcome all of you to this two-day international webinar on physics for healthcare. At the outset, some of you might be thinking that physics and healthcare are two mutually exclusive fields, one within the confines of a scientific laboratory and the other within the confines of a clinic or a hospital, but the truth cannot be further. I say this, let me elucidate my fact with a small example. Not very long ago, probably just a year ago when the pandemic started, most of us were in search of three small devices which would help us for our safety and well-being. Number one, an infrared non-contact thermometer. Number two, a pulse oximeter. I'm sure some of us actually heard the word oximeter for the first time during the period, and the other, which is a still in demand product, which is the ventilator. These three seemingly small products have at the fundamental level principles of physics involved in it, and not just those, right from wearable electronics like Apple Watch, Fitbits, to mammoth MRI, CT or PET scans. Physics and healthcare go hand in hand. Thus, physics and healthcare, or in general science and society, must go hand in hand, and one finds completeness, fulfillment in the other. I'm reminded of an example which our revered founder chancellor used to give all the time. Take, for instance, the case of a cotton plant. The purpose of the cotton plant is achieved only when it transforms from being raw cotton to threads and finally interwoven to a fabric which can be used by people. Similarly, science finds purpose only when it is applied for societal cause, when it addresses societal relevant issues. So, this is a beautiful symbiotic relationship between science and society. And the challenges posed, or challenges and problems posed by society or healthcare, is addressed through innovation and technology from the science side. And this two-day webinar is a humble attempt to focus on this beautiful symbiosis between physics and healthcare. This webinar will feature a series of talks by top academicians, researchers, entrepreneurs, and innovators from across the globe on the applications of physics to the diagnostic and therapeutic aspects of affordable and accessible healthcare. I now invite our head of department, Dr. Deepa Sitaraman, to deliver the welcome address. Dr. Deepa Sitaraman, Associate Professor, Department of Physics, Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, is an alumnus of our institute. She graduated from the Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning with a BSc Honours in Physics in 1997. After completing her MSc in Physics from Mumbai University in 1999 with a first rank, she returned to serve her alma mater as a lecturer in Physics in the same year. She completed her PhD research in the field of nuclear physics in 2010 from the same institute. A passionate teacher and an active researcher, her current research interests lie in both nuclear physics and material science. She was also awarded the prestigious Sri Sai Krishna Young Achiever Award in November 2020 for excellence in Sri Sathya Sai Integral System of Education and Research. Dr. Deepa Sitaraman is currently serving as the head Department of Physics, Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Deepa Sitaraman.
Om Shri Sai Ram. I offer my loving pranams at the lotus feet of our beloved Bhagwan, Sri Sathya Sai Baba, and pray to him to bless this humble endeavor. As we light the lamp to symbolize the inauguration of this two-day event, may the divine effulgence illuminate our mind and intellect as invoked in the Gayatri Mantra, Dhiyo Yonaf Prachodayat. Respected Vice Chancellor of the Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Professor C.B. Sanjeevi, Honorable Chief Guest of the inaugural session, Dr. Renu Swarup, Professor B. Sai Giridhar, the Registrar of the Institute, Sri Sanjay Sahani, the Controller of Examinations, eminent experts from the academia and industry, deans, directors, heads of the departments, senior faculty, colleagues, young researchers, and dear students. It is my pleasant duty today to welcome you all to this two-day international webinar titled Physics for Healthcare, organized by the Department of Physics. The concepts of health and healthcare have probably never gained as much importance as in the present times. From the ordinary man on the street right up to the leaders of the world, health and healthcare have taken center stage in the minds of everyone today. Good health is definitely one of the most important prerequisites for a happy human existence. But as said by Thomas Fuller, health is not valued till sickness comes. The present pandemic has increased our sensitivity to health and has opened our eyes to the need for better healthcare systems and institutions, both in the country and in the world. In the words of Winston Churchill, healthy citizens are the greatest asset any country can have. To build this human asset, healthcare has to be both accessible and affordable. Unfortunately, the vast majority of people who are plagued by ill health are also the poor. The aim, therefore, is to reach health services to the poorest man in the world, in the remotest corner of the world, at the lowest possible cost. This noble cause is the basis of Bhagwan's mission in creating the temples of healing. During his discourse on the occasion of the inauguration of the Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Medical Sciences in Whitefield, Bangalore, Bhagwan said, and I quote, "Disease has no distinction. It may afflict anybody, be it a pauper or a millionaire. We too must have no distinctions. Hence, the treatment at the Sri Sathya Sai medical institutions is rendered totally free of cost to the rich and poor alike. Our aim is to cure the patients of their ailments and send them home happy and healthy. This establishment will serve the poor forever. Some may have a mistaken notion that it will only be a temporary one, but all the institutions established by Sai are eternal." I unquote. Bhagwan's will is the Vajra Sankalpa, and true to his words, his healthcare institutions have stood the test of time. However, given the enormity of healthcare requirement of our country and the paucity of existing systems, a lot has to be done by multiple players. It's not merely the establishment but also sustainability of the systems that must be kept in focus. What drives sustainability in terms of cost is a self-reliance through innovative and indigenous technology. This is the exact sentiment echoed in the Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat missions of the Government of India. The point I am making is that unless we innovate and bring down the costs of healthcare and healthcare equipment, our dream of a healthy India will continue to remain distant. I believe that scientists in general and physicists in particular have a significant role to play in this transformative movement. I support my claim thus. Consider the most common diagnostic tool, the stethoscope, which adorns the person of every physician and is, in fact, synonymous with the image of our doctor. This device is based on a simple physical principle of vibration of a diaphragm, which is transmitted by the tube to the doctor's ears without loss or background noise. It was the genius, or should I say, the common sense of the French physician René Laennec to apply this simple principle of physics to construct the most basic of diagnostic tools. While the stethoscope may seem like a simplistic example, the same fact holds true for all the sophisticated diagnostic machines of this age, be it the ultrasound, the CT, the MRI, and the PET scanners. All of these are based on physical laws and phenomena. Speaking of machines beyond diagnostics, we also have those that can replicate vital functions of the body, like a ventilator or a heart-lung machine or an incubator or dialysis unit. Also take the inventions like a pacemaker, a cochlear implant, the intraocular lens, and many more such innovations that have restored a sense of normalcy to those whose lives would have otherwise been completely impaired. I think it wouldn't be incorrect to say that all these devices are the result of the understanding of the fundamental scientific principles of physics, chemistry, and biology operating in the human body. Scientists, inventors, and innovators have understood this basic fact and have used their scientific knowledge to create replacements for the non-functioning organs of the human body. As we integrate physics with physiology, we create a better quality of life. When the fundamentals of science lead to the creation of technology which supports the cause of life, science serves humanity. The purpose of this two-day webinar is to get a glimpse into how science is capable of bettering human health. During these 2 days, we will listen to the scientists and innovators who have made it their life's mission to serve humanity through their science. We hope that the magic of their passion, enthusiasm, and inspiration gets rubbed off on the impressionable minds of our young students, and many of them are motivated to undertake research in health-related innovations. We are truly grateful to all the speakers who have graciously spared their valuable time to share their ideas and to interact with us. We hope to make the best of this wonderful opportunity and benefit from it. But for the encouragement of the Vice Chancellor, the support of the administration, and the effort of the faculty, this event would not have seen the light of day. I extend my thanks to each one of them and conclude my address. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for beautifully bringing out the relationship between physics and healthcare, or in general science and society, and also setting the context for this two-day international webinar. I now have the great privilege of welcoming our Honorable Vice Chancellor of Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, Professor C.B. Sanjeevi, to deliver the inaugural address. Professor Dr. C.B. Sanjeevi assumed charge as the 11th Vice Chancellor of Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning on 23rd November 2019. He has been at the Karolinska Institute a medical university in Stockholm, Sweden since 1989. As you all might be aware, Karolinska Institute is known for selecting and awarding the Nobel Prize for Physiology and Medicine. He heads the Diabetes Immunology Research Group at the Center for Molecular Medicine and is affiliated to the Department of Medicine. His group's focus is on autoimmune diabetes. He is also the editor of the prestigious Immunology of Diabetes, published by the Annals of the New York Academy of Sciences. Among the several awards and recognitions conferred on Professor Sanjeevi, the most notable and prestigious one is the Pravasi Bharatiya Samman Award from the Government of India for eminence in one's field or outstanding work, which has enhanced India's prestige in the country of residence. It is the highest honor conferred on persons of Indian origin by the Government of India in recognition of their achievements both in India and abroad. Please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. C.B. Sanjeevi to the stage.
What backward? Sai Ram, everybody. My humble pranams at the lotus feet of Bhagwan. It gives me enormous pleasure to be here and listen to all the wonderful talks that the physics department has put together under the leadership of Dr. Deepa. It gives me quite a bit of excitement and also a bit of stress. Until it's all concluded, we do not know how it had gone. But I'm sure everything will go very well because most of the speakers have consented and some of them have even given their talks in advance. So it was a big challenge for me. How am I going to fit into the physics ecosystem? Okay, as Dr. Deepa rightly pointed out, no discipline can function in isolation. So you need to have many of these disciplines come together so that the science can advance and humanity can advance and the world will be a better place to live. So it was a big challenge for me because everything is formulas, everything is astro-nuclear, So in this context, I need to really come up with some idea that would not only impress the physicists here, but also the audience. So it's quite a big challenge. So I bounced off few ideas to both Dr. Gauri Shankar and Dr. Deepa, and I arrived at this topic called medical holography. It might sound like a science fiction to you, but it is fantastic. It's fantastic because it brings together a lot of things that would make life easy, not just for a cardiologist, but for a neurologist, for a variety of specialties that moves forward with some of the critical, sensitive aspects of healthcare. So I hope at the end of the talk, you can tell me whether I have done the right connections between medicine and physics. But I'm looking at physics from the medicine perspective. So I might not show some formulas or I might not discuss any of the physical laws here. But let's see. Okay, so the talk that I'm going to give is medical holography. So many of you have known hologram. So hologram you have imagined in so many different contexts. So what is medical hologram? Okay. So Dr. Deepa mentioned about the CT scan, which involves physics, the PET scan, the MRI scan. And what does it do? It slices your body, okay, into multiple sections in a virtual manner. And what happens then? So all the data that is captured by that slices is taken up into the air and come to the computer where it's all assembled together. So there is a software that puts all these bits and pieces of information together and you create an image. And what it has known, CT scan has won the Nobel Prize, MRI scan has won the Nobel Prize. So it has been very well recognized for the enormous contribution these technologies have made to medicine. Now if you put these together, what you see is a cut section of a human body in a 2-dimension. Okay? You cannot see the length or the breadth, or you cannot see the dimensions and things like that. So I had the privilege of visiting one of the universities in Sweden called Linköping University. Okay? They are fantastic in medical imaging. So wherever you go, you need to think differently. You need to apply your ideas differently. You can marry a lot of technologies together to come out with some wonderful product. So what they did was something astounding. So they collected all the data that usually comes from a CT scan or an MRI scan that brings the picture in 2D. But instead of 2D in front of a computer screen, why don't we give a picture in 3D and put it in a hologram concept so that you can go around the organ, you can look at it, you can tilt it. It had phenomenal application. Assume you are a neurosurgeon. Okay, you have a brain tumor. It's not sitting there like a tennis ball, round, beautifully shaped. But it is spread everywhere with tentacles here, there, and extensions here. So you need to really map the entire spread of the cancer. And you need to decide which is the approach you should go into the brain in order to dissect those spread of the cancer into the brain. It's not just the cancer. If you want to look at the dynamics of the heart, if you want to look at the spinal disorder, something like that. So you can convert the 2D into 3D and 3D into a hologram. And this has phenomenal implications. So if you assume you scan the entire body from head to foot, okay? It's a lot of data, enormous amount of data. You'll have to crunch all that data. Your normal computers cannot handle that data because it's whole body. Now if you do CT scan, it's 128 slice CT scan of the heart. Okay? The number of slices, if they are more, the resolution of the heart becomes very high. Okay? Now if you do a complete section of the human body, maybe it will be 1,000 slices, you do not know, maybe 2,000. Now in this technology, what you can do is assemble the human body and project it right in front of you. Okay? You can tilt the human body. Okay? It's fantastic in terms of trying to get medical students learn anatomy by dissection instead of a real body with a virtual body. Okay? Assume somebody has died somewhere. Okay? We can do virtual autopsy by transferring the entire data to somebody where the expert is, so that they can really cut open the body and see if it is coronary artery disease or if there is some ischemia in the brain. Now all this is possible because you have created one more step in the analysis, so that you are making 2D into 3D and 3D into something that is much beyond the realm of our imagination. All this is possible mainly because the computational tools have become very powerful. The data crunching has become faster, and the transmission of all this data from the machine to the computer and the computer to the imaging system that projects it all requires enormous bandwidth in order for transfer of these data. So I thought I'll share some of those thoughts, and I am bringing few ideas that is being pursued actively. If I can motivate some of you, maybe we could do it here also. Okay, this is how I seed my thoughts. So let's go to the next slide. So LIU in this slide refers to Linköping University. Okay, Linköping University is no way bigger than SSIHR. Okay, this university is one of the world leading university in the field that encompasses both the advanced image analysis as well as conversion of enormous amount of data into something that is understandable in terms of images or maps or diagrams. Okay? So the results are used in some kind of an augmented reality setting with immersive environment. That is, you get involved in it. Okay? You can even miniaturize yourself and go into the brain, walk there and see. Okay? So it's all in our own hands how you use these tools, not just for understanding the anatomy or functionality of the organization, how you can go and fix things, because that's the most vital thing. Because if somebody has some problem, you need to have the minimally invasive approach in order to try and get there, so that we solve it. And this is a fantastic tool. So in this world, not 10 years ago, not 20 years ago, it's impossible. Now you can have 2 or 3 terabytes of data squeezed into one pen drive, which is impossible. I still have my first Apple notebook computer, which has got 8 megabyte hard drive memory. The file that we transfer in WhatsApp is much larger than that. I still have that as my souvenir. So the ever increasing amount of information and torrents of data, we can handle all that not from a computational perspective, but also in terms of data traffic. Okay? So this also puts us into another realm of doing things that we never ever thought is possible. Okay? So these guys have put all these things together. You need to have computational expertise, you need to have physics expertise, you need to have medical people involved in this. If you bring all these 3 people together, maybe some parts of India nothing will happen, but somewhere a lot of things can happen in some other place. I wish that our university, we should be able to create a lot of things. Okay, so this is something don't think I'm trying to hype it up. This real. You will see how much enthusiasm I am having in my talk in terms of some of the images I'm going to show. So in this particular university, they produced advanced algorithm which we can do, methods to convert terabytes of data and megabytes into something human can cope with and understand. So just as important as processes which the instructions are sent back and forth, the systems are designed to take signals and interpret it. So it requires a lot of testing, a lot of computational, enormous software skills that are needed. So in this thing, you bring future of intelligent holographic avatar. This is when the hologram really takes into effect. That answers questions, some are fundamental. You can go to places that you can never ever visit normally, and these places are inside your body. And there is one more guy I want to introduce in this talk. I would have spoken about this guy to many of you. This guy is another Swede, but he comes from Karolinska Institute, where I come from. His name is Lennart Nystrom. Lennart Nystrom is one of the world famous medical photographer. He takes photograph inside your body in ways that you can never ever imagine. Okay? How you can try and put Lennart Nystrom into the guys who are working in Linköping University. I mean, something phenomenal can happen. And just to introduce you what Lennart Nystrom is about, I brought this book, which some of you I have shared. I have shared it with our registrar, our controller. All of them have given me fantastic feedback. And I showed the images to Dr. Deepa. She said, wow. She didn't say anything more, So this is the picture that Lennart Nystrom took. And this whole book is full of pictures. And he tells stories with pictures. And all the pictures are all medical pictures taken inside your body. Okay? This is the picture that he took nearly 40 years ago. And this picture featured in a magazine called as Life, which is the sister magazine to the magazine called Time. And it came on the cover page. You can see the fetus with a thumb in the mouth. Can you ever get this resolution? This is inside the body. And he had perfected the technique of going in and taking pictures. And I'm going to show you the picture of Lennart Nystrom to tell you the mind has no barriers. Nothing is impossible. You just have to find the right tools to go and get things done in the way you have imagined. And the way Lennart Nystrom has imagined it. It's phenomenal. He died a few years ago at the age of 88. And I am privileged to have one of the pictures he had taken of a human embryo at the age of 11 weeks, where the skull is closing over the brain with the signature. You don't require any big price. This autographed picture is the biggest prize you can get. And I'm of course, talking like this, you will know that I'm already his fan. Okay, and I'm making more fans out of you for Lynette in this. So next slide, please. So this center called, I'm not trying to advertise in Linköping University, please don't think like that, but I'm trying to show what they have done. The Center for Medical Image Science and Visualization is the name that they have given for this particular center. And their job is nothing but go after the image analysis. And you can see in the picture, there are a set of guys sitting in the side room in front of the computer. And what they are seeing through from a glass pane is somebody being screened in an MRI scan. Okay, this is just the beginning of the story. And I don't think I can read, or many people can read what's in the text. The CMV is a multidisciplinary research center that is initiated by Linköping University and the local region, the municipality. So we should try and engage our Puttaparthi municipality so that if we do great things, this place will become huge and fantastic, and that's exactly what happened to the Linköping University. So the Linköping University conducts focused frontline research that is multidisciplinary, and they are that is generated with full like a company setting but inside a university. So they have all kinds of experts, but the fundamental brain is the physicist there. Okay, so we have lots of physicist brain here in our university. Okay, so in this particular institute, their mission is to develop further methods and tools for image analysis and visualization for applications within healthcare and medical research. And this kind of a visualization is a fantastic tool. You know, the Philips, which is creating a lot of image systems, have come and taken license for some of the tools that these people have developed. And a Japanese firm has come up, and they have already partnered with the local Swedish company called Sectra. Because without the industry participation, the advancement may not be as fast or as rapid as you would like to expect. So there is a marriage of the center with the industry partner that takes the whole thing forward for people's benefit. Now it's being adopted in so many centers. Next slide, please. So in the image force, now they are taking it up to a little bit more sophisticated applications, and they are using all this image analysis and 3D modeling for neurosurgery, which is one of the key areas where image analysis and three-dimensional reconstruction becomes extremely crucial. Because if somebody has got a stroke and you find where actually the block is, there are two kinds of stroke. Either you can have an embolic stroke where an emboli goes and blocks the blood vessel, whatever area of the brain that blood vessel supplies becomes non-functional. Or it can, the blood vessel can bleed so that the blood gets everywhere. The intracranial pressure becomes little bit hard because your cranium is encasing the whole thing, so the brain cannot expand. So it becomes very hard, and these tools are making it easy for them to go and identify where the problem is, how to fix the problem, what is the right approach, and things like that. So they have clearly chosen neurosurgery as one particular area where their image analysis is really relevant. Next slide, please. So they still, there's a lot of technology involved here. You just don't go about the image analysis alone. So they have analytical image diagnostics arena. Now you'll have to marry artificial intelligence to it now, because that's becoming one of the top tools available. And in addition to artificial intelligence, if you bring in 5G into the picture, transmission of data becomes very easy across the globe. The traffic becomes huge. Okay? So it's not just the analysis, it's just the transportation of the data, the computational capabilities, and of course the application, not just in general, as I told you about doing anatomy dissection or doing autopsy kind of a thing, to particular organ specific problems. And one of the slides that I'm going to show probably in the video is, you can take the heart out. Okay, you can hold it. You can rotate it, you can turn it around, and you know exactly where things had gone wrong, which in a two-dimensional plane you will not be able to visualize. Okay, the next way for better visualization is called angiography or angiogram, where you have to inject something into the body so that it becomes invasive. Here it is non-invasive. Now we can do it in terms of all the tools available and all the technology that is available to us nowadays. Next slide, please. So here comes this guy, Leonard Nystrom. He is one of my favorites. This is how he looks like. And he died a few years ago. And his books are hot sellers. And he used to hold exhibitions in variety of places. And these exhibits will attract a lot of people. And if you want to buy any of the pictures that he had taken, including this lovely picture, you can order it online now. And you can frame it and you can keep it just to let go your imagination. It's unbelievable, you know. So now we have, just like a Nobel Prize, Leonard Nystrom Prize for medical imaging. Now, this recent Leonard Nystrom Prize was given to somebody from the imaging lab of the Linköping University. What more combination you can want? Okay, so Leonard Nystrom is from a medical perspective, he's done unbelievable things. Okay, he was born in Sweden in 22. Okay, so if he is alive, he would have been 98 now. So he began his career as a freelance journalist. I don't know what attracted him to Karolinska Institute. And he got anything he asked, the vice chancellor will say, take it. There's no question, no budget restriction, nothing for him, you know, because the creativity that he is bringing is phenomenal. And the repute that the institution getting by funding him is beyond value, you know, it's phenomenal. So he has been doing this for a lot of time, lot of years. And he's a legend for medical photography in the whole world basically. So his early photographic essays including general pictures of the environment, and he gained international attention through the publication in leading photojournalism magazine like Life, Picture Post and Illustrated. All those magazines are dead now. You see, they are no longer publishing any of those magazines. So in 50 he began experimenting with new photographic techniques including macro and micro photography, which led to the books called Ants and Life in the Sea. And this book is about child is born. From the time the conception happens until the baby is delivered. All the things that goes through the baby inside the womb is pictured. Okay? So, I mean, I don't know how you can visualize how somebody can take photography like that. This is pure physics, okay? So, it remains a remarkable in combination of unending patience to fully explore his subjects combined with journalistic eye, artist's sense of form and color and technician's inventive skills to maximize available light and capture spectacular imagination. So you not just have a handle on technology, you need to know so many other things, even a normal photographer, in terms of light, in terms of angle, you know, so many things becomes and for the first time in Karolinska Institute, a medical photographer was made a professor. We don't do that normally, you know. So if we can do it, we will make Raghuram a professor soon. Okay? So there is phenomenal opportunity that we need to identify, recognize that opportunity and give an academic aspect to it, then that field will grow phenomenally. Next slide, please. So that was Leonard Nystrom. This is the picture you've already seen that made him phenomenal. This picture, brought all his other work to light. So I can show you a lot of pictures, but if you happen to get hold of this book, you can see even more stuff. That makes you think, life is not what we imagine. From the time somebody is conceived, you know, until they is delivered, there are 100,000 times things can go wrong. Okay? But still, when you are born in good shape. That's a miracle. For that miracle, you need to know what's happening here. Otherwise, baby is born, every mother is happy, baby is happy, we stop there. But every process, since the baby is born, still the life struggle continues. Many things can go wrong until we are adult as we are right now today. Okay, we spoke about pandemic. How many people have been killed in the pandemic? So we are all survived the pandemic. So we have some special reasons to live in this world compared to those who passed away. Okay, so the life has so many different reasons to keep you alive and make you do things. It is just that when you see this picture and how a baby goes from conception to delivery, your imagination, I mean, this is where Swami comes into the picture. There are so many places Swami thinks he can fix it, but we do not know how that happens. So many people come to Swami and say, Swami, I don't have children. Swami, we need to have your blessings. The prayer is answered. How did he work? Did he work at the conception stage, or did he work little later stage, or did he work at the delivery stage? But it had happened. So there are parts that is beyond our reach, beyond our control, that when you realize it, the wow factor is phenomenal. Next slide, please. So now they are trying, now in this Leonard Nelson award that was given to this guy called Anders, and Anders is one of the senior persons in the visualization lab in Linköping University, who had gone and perfected how they can take images like this and look at the complete arterial structure that is going to the brain. So you can select from these images exactly what part you want to highlight, what organ you want to highlight. If you want to highlight the vascular system, you can highlight it, because it's all in your hands. It's just in the computer. You just make the appropriate selection. You highlight that particular important aspect. You go in depth. Now, when you have this in 3 dimension, you can imagine how much exciting it becomes. So this is the fascinating part. And the next slide, please. And this is what we call it as medical holography. So medical holography, I hope, is going to transform the way we are going to treat patients, whether it is therapeutic or whether it is surgical intervention or whatever. And you can see in this particular picture, the heart is floating. And this guy who is seeing the heart has got headgear that is going to make him see all these things. With this, you can really look at the heart and do. Now, should I highlight the medical part here that is really valued, or should I highlight the physical part, the physicist's role in this? But you are trying to bring together a lot of technologies here, the mathematicians, the computer science, the physics, the medicine, everything is making it possible. And none of the disciplines that we have should be done or chasing things in isolation. That's why I'm very keen at SSIHL. We need to have a lot of interdisciplinary activities and programs, and we are not far from creating something like this. We have the imagination. We have the knowledge. We can find the money. What we have that most people do not have is we have Swami with us. So we can really create a lot of opportunities. Next slide, please. So this is a particular company that got spun off out of all the work that had happened, and this company is called Real View Imaging, and I was able to take a video out of them just to show you what it is all about and how this technology can really be very transformative. So here this company delivers real-time 3D interference based hologram based on a digital light shaping technology. That's what termed it. So this again started with physics, with one of the Nobel laureates who won the prize called Professor Gabor, and he had made holography as one of his themes. And holography is the best method known to science to precisely reconstruct and display 3D objects in free space. Okay, as holography is an optical reality and not an optical illusion. Okay. With this technique, we can have Swami walk from his home to Mandir and sit in his chair. We have the image. It is just that making an optical illusion into optical reality is possible. Okay. So it's almost impossible to distinguish between high quality reconstructional hologram and the original real object. So that difference is fading with the improvement in the resolution that we are looking for. So when we had the early digital cameras, Just what you can take 8 megapixels of 1 megapixel, I don't know. Now you have 64 megapixels and it's all going even bigger than that if you take the latest Samsung phone. So the resolution quality is also going to go up and up. And I would like you to watch this video. And with that video, after you have listened, I will conclude my presentation. Saira. So I will request Raghuram to play that video. It's 3 minutes or 3 minutes 30 seconds.
The world of medicine is transforming from open surgery to minimally invasive interventions. As a cardiologist performing these procedures, I rely exclusively on medical imaging to guide me. Over the past few years, real-time 3D imaging has become a crucial tool as our procedures become more and more complex. I need advanced visualization tools and better ways to interact with the images.
The Holoscope I is the first and only holographic system delivering a full and tailored solution for real-time medical applications. What makes our product truly unique is the display of a real 3D hologram with unparalleled usability. Our freestanding system relieves the user from the burden of wearing a head-mounted device and enables prolonged use without any fatigue or nausea.
The Holoscope is by far the most advanced 3D visualization tool I have experienced. Having a real hologram of the heart in my hands based on CT, real-time ultrasound or any 3D data allows me to focus in and fully understand the complexities of the patient's 3D anatomy. When implanting a valve using a catheter, I can slice into a holographic aorta. Using the holographic system, I can appreciate the dynamic anatomy of the mitral valve leaflets. I can literally touch, mark, locate or navigate a path for the intervention, and these are all essential for a successful procedure. This technology provides me with more confidence, potentially resulting in shorter procedures and better outcomes. If I can see better, I can do better.
After a decade of developing the most advanced augmented reality solutions for fighter pilots, I co-founded RealView to create a tailored solution for medical professionals. Our team has invented and developed the first real-time interference-based holographic system. We are commercializing what was previously considered science fiction, allowing us to 3D print with light, creating optical reality rather than optical illusions. To ensure our competitive edge, we have protected this technology with over 40 patents, covering our algorithms, electro-optical solutions, and the applications we enable.
Medical imaging is actually a $38 billion market and the third largest market in the medical industry. We're collaborating with the largest medical imaging companies and some of the most prestigious hospitals in the world to provide them with a truly differentiating technology. Unlike all current augmented reality headsets that are considered to be relevant for medical training, the Holoscope I is the only holographic product that can be used during minimally invasive procedures. I believe we have the potential to impact millions of 3D-based procedures, initially in the fields of structural cardiology and interventional oncology.
I hope if I've inspired few people to take up some of these ideas, I feel my time is well spent. Sairam. Thank you.
I thank the Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. C.P. Sanjeevi, for an enlightening and informative presentation. Your talk was a beautiful blend of two major branches of science, physics and medicine in particular. If I can see better, I can do better, said a medical professional. Holographic technology, which has emerged from
biotechnology development strategy in 2007 and the second strategy in the year 2015 as the member secretary of the expert committee. Dr. Swaroop has also been a fervent supporter of women scientists and has been closely involved in several initiatives related to women and science. She is the key person behind the launch of the DBT scheme, the Biotechnology Career Advancement for Women Scientists, BioCare. She was also a member of the Task Force on Women in Science, constituted by the Scientific Advisory Committee to the Prime Minister. Currently, Currently, Dr. Swaroop is also a managing director of Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council, BIRAC, which is a public company that promotes and nurtures innovative research in biotechnology with special focus on startups and small and medium enterprises. Through biotechnology translational research and industry academia partnerships, Dr. Swaroop has supported more than 1,000 startups and entrepreneurs and nearly 500 small companies for innovation, research, and product development. Her scientific journey has been well recognized with several awards and honors. To name a few, Biospectrum Person of the Year Award in 2012, National Entrepreneurship Award 2017, Third World Academy of Science Regional Prize in Science Diplomacy 2018, Agriculture Research Leadership Award 2019, and BW Most Influential Women of India 2019. Recently, a newly discovered microbial species, Natri alba swarupe, has been named in her honor. Under Dr. Swaroop's leadership, the Department of Biotechnology is playing a key role in developing technological solutions for COVID-19 in India. Above all, Dr. Swaroop is an ardent devotee of Bhagwan and has received his grace in abundance. It's my pleasure to share with you all that she has, in all humility and dedication, rendered her services as a Seva Dal in Prashanti Nilayam, an organization to which she was also invited as the chief guest of the convocation. Vidya Dadati Vinayam. Indeed, a madam stands a testimony to this timeless dictum. We are indeed honored to have Dr. Renu Swaroop as our chief guest today.
Very good morning to all of you, and Sairam to all the delegates, the faculty, the researchers, the students in the Sri Sathya Sai University here, and all those who are connected with you virtually. When the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sanjeevi, spoke with me and mentioned that you are doing a 2-day virtual workshop on physics for healthcare, I thought that was a very exciting topic on which you are moving ahead to discuss so much about your innovations that you are doing for healthcare, bringing in the physics department as the key center. I thought it's important for me to address you, to convey to you how happy I am that the university has taken this upon themselves to take forward this interdisciplinary research that we all talk about. We have seen that when you talk about healthcare, so important to connect all the various players in this whole value chain, from research to development to translation to deployment. And where we are positioned today, it's no longer about the biologists, the clinicians, the chemists, the physicists working in isolation. It's all about them working together, a convergence, a synergy, so that there are complementary strengths which come to each other to add value and to be able to deliver not just what we have envisaged, but even beyond that. This last year has been challenging for us, and challenging specifically for the researchers and the healthcare area as such. But what did we see? While we are still going through this pandemic and we are seeing new uh, issues, new challenges coming to us every day, from understanding the virus to the genome sequencing, to the testing, to the diagnostics, the treatment, the prevention through the vaccines, which we are all so excited about. This whole year has seen so many developments. And this truly has been a year where science and technology stood out. This has also been a year which has brought before us a very key and critical understanding and learning, and that is the strength of collaboration, the strength of working together, the strength of collectively taking on the challenges with a common goal and a common delivery that we look at. And I think what you are doing under these various sessions that you're discussing, but more importantly, what the university has done in taking on these challenges to be able to bring out solutions is so important. And you have a very distinct advantage. The advantage that you have is you don't have to move very far away to look for these integrations. Whether it's the biology group or the physics group or the chemistry group or the informatics group, or for that matter, your own clinical networks that you have through your clinicians, your hospitals, the super specialty. This is a wonderful opportunity for you. But again, it's also an opportunity to collaborate with many other research institutes who do a lot of good work nationally and internationally. And I can see from your list of speakers that you have international speakers as well who are coming and speaking to you about the importance of this particular research area, technology development and deployment. I would like to compliment the entire team for putting this together. The strength of these technologies, whether it's the genomics area, whether it's the big data, it's the computational analysis, or it's looking at structural biology. And as I said, working not just towards treatment options, but diagnostics as well. These are of immense importance. And a university like yours, an organization like yours, clearly gives you the understanding of how important these innovations are for society. So you don't really need to move very far away to even do your immersion programs, to do need identification. You can actually do it within the communities and the groups you work with. So it's important today, if you have to take an idea to product development, you first do a need identification through these immersion programs, then build the competent teams to take that idea forward, and then work on these real test beds to validate it, which again you have through your various hospitals, etc. We also have from the government many ways in which we've done it. We've set up this vast network of research laboratories, biodesign centers for our innovations that we support for medical devices. And we have the new area of cell and gene therapies that we're looking at by setting up new centers of excellence for that. A whole vertical on drug development, which we are looking at and supporting in a big way. The antimicrobial resistance is a major priority mission for us. Maternal and child health, cancer, rare and genetic disorder, cardiovascular diseases, a whole range of them. These are all national priorities which we are handling. So your programs, your initiatives that you take need to be so well aligned to these. And you also have the opportunity of accessing these national resources which we have set up, whether it's the large biobanks that we have set up or the cutting edge infrastructure that we have supported in many of our major institutes for collaboration, whether it's the Indian Institute of Science or it's our own autonomous institutes in Bangalore and Hyderabad, across the country. We have 16 of them. Or if you're looking at an entrepreneurial growth or bringing in some of these exciting ideas which startups would want to take forward, the vibrant ecosystem that we have set up through incubation centers, through BIRAC, which is our public sector unit. And this also helps them to connect to the technical institutes, to the mentors, and most importantly, the takers, that is the market. And what is the market? Either it's a societal program or it is a program where we are looking at trying to see how we meet the needs of society or wherever it's required nationally or globally. Our whole emphasis on Atmanirbhar Bharat. And I think that really is what you are targeting, which you can take up through these very exciting innovations. So I would just like to congratulate all of you. Good luck. In these challenging times, you're taking on these major initiatives. I'm confident that you will do well. Take these forward, bring in these interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary teams to handle this, and there could be a lot of new areas that you can take forward. So good luck to you. All the best for this conference. Thank you.
And both the talks during the inaugural session by our revered Vice Chancellor, Sir, and Dr. Renu Swarup ma'am has just grinded a few important points that no discipline can work in isolation, and somebody rightly put that teamwork, the word team is a beautiful acronym for together everybody achieves more. TEAM, together everybody achieves more. And what is most required by all of us from the science community is an idea, a creative thought which can revolutionize the different opportunities that are there, which can provide solutions for different problems. And in the words of the famous author Paulo Coelho, I would say if we have a single thought, and if you are convinced about it, the entire universe will conspire to help us achieve that thought. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am, for such beautiful talks, for inspiring us. And personally speaking, being a student of optics, I was very much inspired by sir's talk on medical holography. Thank you, sir. We will now move on to the session which comprises of technical talks by different experts. First, we have Dr. Khan Q. Khan Q is an associate professor at the College of Optical Sciences, the University of Arizona. He received a Bachelor of Science degree in Applied Physics in 2002, followed by a Master's in Laser Technologies in 2004 from St. Petersburg State University of Information Technologies, Mechanics and Optics, in short ITMO, Russia. Thereafter, he received a PhD in Optical Sciences in 2007 from the College of Optical Sciences, University of Arizona. During his PhD studies, he worked to develop new fiber-based devices. In 2007, he joined Professor Frank Weiss' group at the Cornell University to do research in ultra-fast fiber lasers. In 2009, he came back to the College of Optical Sciences, Arizona as a research faculty. Dr. Q started his independent research group in September 2012. He is also the founder of K Photonics, a startup company supplying compact, low-cost, ultra-fast fiber lasers for research and education. He has authored and co-authored more than 150 peer-reviewed journal articles, 5 issued US patents, and has given numerous conference talks and proceedings. His current research interests include ultra-fast fiber lasers, nonlinear fiber optics, nonlinear spectroscopy, frequency combs, micromachining, microresonators, and biological imaging based on supercontinuum and ultrafast fiber light sources. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Khan Q.
That I'm speaking from right now. So Arizona is well known for Grand Canyon, and we have a lot of wild animals here. One of the special one is the white cat, and that is a symbol of our football team, for example, for the Wuhan University, as you can see here. Let me see if I can. Okay. So that's a white cat there, and that's our football team. Tucson is also very well known for very beautiful sunrise and sunsets, as you can see in this picture here that I took from my backyard. So you can see the shadow there; those are big cacti. So that's another thing that we are famous for. So this is a big saguaro, or cactus, if you want to call it that way, in front of my house. And these guys are actually tall guys. These guys are 6 feet tall. So you can see the cactus here is about 25 feet or so. So it's about 2 times taller than my house, as you can see here. And another interesting thing about this is that in about April or May time, the cactus would bloom. So you can see flowers here, and we can even harvest the fruit from the cactus, and then we can even eat the fruit. It's quite tasty, actually. So that these are the unique thing from Tucson that if you come visit us, you will be able to see. So our college is part of the university, and it's these 3 buildings right at the corner of the university here. I'm not sure if you can see my mouse, but if you look at the college, we have 3 buildings next one another, and we're building a 4th building on the backside. So we're going to have a lot more space. So our college is located in the so-called Optics Valley, and we have about over 300 companies in optics here. We have many different areas of research in optics, including optical physics, image science, applied optics, and photonics, optical engineering and design. So on our faculty, we have Nobel laureates, we have a lot of people from professional societies and entrepreneurs. And we do everything from education, research, and outreach in all aspects of the science of light. So anything that related to light, we are interested in. So our college offer different degrees here, from bachelor to master to PhD. And we have over 30 undergraduate classes and 70 graduate courses. And then we have even online classes as well here. So here are the 4 main areas of research that we have in the college. Optical engineering, imaging, which is very relevant to today's topics here. And then we have optical physics that cover from the fundamental physics, quantum phenomenon, to ultra-fast lasers, to computational optical physics. And then we have photonics as well. So we have things that related to telecommunication, high power laser, multiphoton microscopy, and so on. So these are the 3 main areas that we have. So these are the brief introduction to our university and our college. I would move on next to introduce my research group, which is the ultra-fast fiber lasers and nonlinear optics group. I would like to introduce my student first, because a lot of the things that I'm showing next, my student did a lot of it. Okay, so I would like to thank all of them for their contribution here. Okay. So next, I would like to briefly show you our research directions. We have 2 main areas here. The first one is laser development. So we built a lot of different type laser, looking at 1 micron, 1.55 micron, or 2 micron, and even beyond. And these lasers are of different type. So the focus of today's presentation is on ultra-fast laser development. So I mentioned very briefly about these lasers that we built in our group. And then on the application side, we also have a lot of different topics here, but my focus would be on multiphoton microscopy, which is actually quite interesting, and we've been looking on this area for many years. And I hope to share with you our latest results in this area. So first, I would like to just briefly mention about optical microscopy. In particular, fluorescence-based microscopy, which is a state-of-the-art instrument for biomedical imaging. Okay? So you have some microscopes that look like this, and then you have on the side the excitation laser, for example, and then you can capture the image using the camera on the microscope. And this microscope, the requirement typically is that you need to stain your sample, right? So you need to introduce different fluorophore that would fluoresce when you excite them, okay? So traditional microscope needs stain to create contrast in biological tissue. So these are a couple of standard images that see with optical microscopy, standard optical microscopy using H&E staining. So these are the standard techniques that if you do a biopsy nowadays in a hospital, that's what your doctor or your pathologist will have to do to be able to visualize the cells and the structure in order to do a diagnosis. So I would like to introduce very quickly the physics of fluorescence, right? So you have a molecule that you can excite with a high energy photon, typically in the blue or in the UV. So the electron inside the molecule or inside the atom is going into the excited state. And then when it goes down back to the ground state, you have a red-shifted photon that is emitted. And you can detect this emitted photon in order to create an image, right? So that's the standard way. So now the next question that we can ask is that, can we use more than one photon, right? So in this diagram here, I show a scenario when we have two photons that being absorbed at once by the molecule or the atom. And then you also have one photon being emitted, but this photon is actually have higher energy compared to the energy of the photon that you put in, right? So this is a very unique piece of physics here, and it requires a very special condition for this to happen. So it turns out that this process is possible. It turns out that molecules or atoms can interact with multiple photons at once. And the requirement is that you have to have enough density of photon, right? So you can introduce this, you can enable this process. This idea was actually predicted a long time ago by Maria Goeppert-Mayer. When she was doing her PhD degree, she already wrote a paper predicting that this process, the process of two photon or multi-photon absorption should be possible. Only in 1961, Pfizer and Paul Walker demonstrated that they could have two photon excitation of calcium fluoride, right? Doped europium here. So you can see the laser that they use to excite the sample, and they can see the fluorescent emission as a result of absorption of two photons at once here. So it turned out this is the basis for modern multi-photon imaging that I'm going to talk about later. It turned out that we can do a lot more. So the first idea was two photon absorption induced fluorescence. It turned out that you can do second harmonic generation, right? So you come in with two photon and you come out with one photon with an energy of two photon. And you can generalize that into three photons fluorescence or third harmonic generation. So these are the processes that we are going to use to create contrast for imaging that would not require any staining at all. As you will see that these processes will be very useful for medical imaging and diagnosis. So another process that for this audience I think I have to mention is based on basically Raman scattering. So this is a process that we have been working intensively in our group, but I won't have a lot of time to show you our result in this area. So basically you come in with two laser beams, right? So one would be the pump and the other one would be a stoke. And once you have the right condition of the molecule, you can generate the so-called anti-stoke signal. And you can use this anti-stoke signal to image a sample. And using this Raman scattering effects, you can do chemical mapping, right? So now you use a chemical as the imaging contrast. So we can map our lipids, for example. We can map out a lot of proteins in the sample using this technique. So this is really powerful, and for today's presentation, I won't have time to go into detail because I would cover more on the multi-photon side, okay? So now, multi-photon microscopy was demonstrated, so the mature form of it in the early 90s, right, 1990s, by the group by Watt-Webb group at Cornell. So this picture shows the principle of the concept, right? So this is a cuvette that you have some fluorescent dye inside. So you take a continuous wave laser working at 488 in the blue, you focus it down to the cuvette, then you see the fluorescence, right? That's a yellow signal there. Everywhere where you have the laser beam, right? You can see the full cone of the fluorescent signal. So now if you take a femtosecond laser working at 60 nanometers, so this photon energy is much less than the band gap of the fluorophore, right? So you can see that only as the focus spot of the laser beam, you can generate the signal, right? Because at the focus spot, the intensity of the laser beam from the femtosecond laser is so high that you can have 2 photon absorption, and then you create fluorescence that way, right? So now you have a very localized 3D type Voxel excitation. And now if you take this focus spot and you scan that in 3D, you can create a 3D image, right? So that's why multiphoton microscopy provide 3D sectioning capability. It is very non-invasive, so we have image sample that is even alive, and you don't really burn or kill the animals at all. It's provide very high resolution because it's an optical technique, right? So you can achieve sub-micron resolution. And staining a lot of time is not needed at all. So we can get the sample from the biopsy, let's say from a patient, and you can that image right away. And if you use coherent Raman imaging, then this technique can have chemical sensitivity. But in order to do this type of imaging technique, we need a femtosecond laser for this. And femtosecond lasers are seen very expensive and quite cumbersome. So this is a standard setup that you can buy nowadays from different companies. So this setup, for example, would cost you over $500,000, right? So you have the microscope, you have the laser, and then you have to put everything together with the software, right? So it costs $500,000, and it's require very special training, right, to be able to for us to use. So that is why the main bottleneck for this technology to be widespread is the cost and the size and the complexity of the setup, right? So that is a problem that we have to address in order to make this more widespread. So first about femtosecond laser, this is the traditional state-of-the-art ultra-fast laser that you can buy from Coherent, for example, here. But they are really expensive. So a laser like this would cost about $150,000, right? And then if you want to extend the wavelength of your laser, you have to add in an OPO. That costs another $150, right? About $1,000, actually $150K, right? And it's quite bulky and it's difficult maintenance. So you need a person with a PhD degree to run this laser. So these are why these are very difficult to move out of research labs. So that's why we think that using fiber laser platform would be much better because we have very high efficiency, we have very compact, and we don't need to do any alignment at all. But the challenge is would be very difficult to make this fiber laser that I show here that I'm holding in my palm. Very high power is difficult, and mode locking to generate femtosecond pulses is very difficult, right? So over the years, we have created some solution here, and it seemed to work very well. So this is an example of a laser that we built in our lab, and this laser has been commercialized as well. So this laser you can hold in your hand basically, but it can deliver less than 100 femtosecond punch duration and then more than 100 kilowatt peak power. And then the cost is about 1/10 of the cost of the TISAP laser that I showed you earlier. So now the next thing is the microscope itself. So we actually designed and built the microscope ourselves. If you look at the diagram here, you have the arrangement of the microscope, right? So you have the lasers that you use optical fiber to deliver the laser beam to a scanner here. So it's at the ground ball scanner. And then you have a telescope to expand the laser beam to fit the back aperture of the microscope objective, right? So, and then your laser beam is focused down on the sample. and then the signals are being generated, right, based on multi-photon absorption, based on second harmonic or third harmonic generation. You would be detecting using these PMTs here, right, photon multiplier tubes. So this is how it looks like in the lab. That is a microscope that we built here. So you have the femtosecond laser, and you have the microscope here, and then the sample would be put under the microscope objective right here. Okay, once you have a microscope, it's actually a really fun thing to play with, right? So the first thing we play with is to use this microscope to characterize 2D materials, because these materials are really, really interesting materials that can have a lot of important applications. So these are atomic thick layer of graphene, let's say, of in this case, the sample of MsO2. So we have 1 layer, 2 layer, 3 layer, and so on. And in the third harmonic signal, you can see clearly the different layers. And even on the second harmonic signal, you can see even a single layer of atoms, right? That on the sample here. And then students actually had a lot of fun doing this gemstone, right? So, or minerals of different sort. It turned out that nobody else have looked at these stones using multiphoton microscopy before. So we were the first group in the world to look at this. And if you can see here, we see a lot of interesting feature inside. And here's some of the other images as well that nobody else have seen before, right? Using the microscope. So the red color would be second harmonic, and then the green color would be third harmonics, right? So if you look at it here. So here's some of this is my favorite sample, which is orange calcite. If you look at this rock, you can see as if the flame has been freeze inside the rock, right? You can see the beautiful feature here. And we are using this technique right now to try to understand the how the rock will form, right? The condition, the geological condition at the moment that the rocks was formed millions of years ago. So this has become a new tool for us to study these rocks and minerals. And with multiphoton microscopy, you can get a 3D image of the rock, right? As I show here, you can go through, in this case, 2 millimeter inside the rocks, right? With the traditional technique, what you have to do is to cut the rock into thin slices, and then you have to use a microscope to look piece by piece, right? But with this multiphoton microscopy technique, you can look inside the rock without destroying it, right? You don't need even to do sample preparation that much here. So this is another rock that we use to look at quartz columns in the so-called tiger's eye minerals here. So this work my PhD student published recently in this paper here. So if you would like to learn more, then you can look at those. So next, we now look at biology now, right? So this is a mosquito that basically we just got from outside. And then you can put under the microscope and you can image the mosquito in 3D without any preparation at all, right? So the green color here, that is third harmonics, and then the red color, that would be second harmonics. So the red color shows the muscle, the bundle, the muscle of the mosquito, right? So you can see the wing area has a lot of muscle, right? So, and then if you do a scan in 3D, you can get a 3D image that you just seen on the left side there. That is basically the needle, right? So the thrombosis, that's the needle that the mosquito use to suck our blood, basically, right? The needle would go out from here and puncture your skin and then suck the blood off, right? So that the mosquito that we have. So we have looked at ants, we have looked at a lot of worms and insects. So those are really interesting things to study. So next, I will mention very briefly about brain imaging techniques that we have here in our group. So this is a cross section of a mouse brain, right? You can see the scan here is 2 millimeter. And we got this image by mosaicing thousands of images that we get, right? So we can see here, the red is the endogenous fluorophore from the mouse itself. And then the blue is from the so-called yellow fluorescent protein that the neurons actually express themselves. So now if you zoom in, you can see the individual neurons, right? That you can see these are the neurons. And then you can see all the dendrites that connects the neurons together, right? And if you zoom in further, you can see this very complex structure. So you see the neurons here, and you see the dendrites, right? So now, if you scan the sample in 3D, then you can get an image that looks like this, right? So this is about 300 micron by 300 micron by 300 micron dimension here. Okay, so you can see all the neuron in green, and then you see the red endogenous fluorophore. So right now, we actually have a technology that we can map out the brain in 3D, right? So we will be able to know the location of each neurons, and we know all of the connections that the neuron have with one another, right? So hopefully this would give us a better understanding of the brain. So with our collaborator, we're trying to use this technology, for example, to map the parasites inside brain to be able to identify different group of neurons that will be responsible for different type of behavior, right? So there's a lot of interesting things that we can do with brain imaging here. So I won't have time to go into detail. The next one, I want to go in more detail because I think it's very relevant to healthcare. And this is a project that we've been working on for a few years, and there's some success that I would like to share, which is on pancreatic cancer imaging. So this is not as common as other cancers, as you can see here. So the pancreas cancer is about 3%, right? If you look at in the male and female population, but the problem is that pancreatic cancer is the fourth highest rate of cancer death in men and women. So this is quite a nasty cancer. You can see here in men that about 7%, right? In women it's about the same 7%. It's a nasty cancer, and the reason why it is so dangerous is that it's very difficult to diagnose it. Okay, so if you look at the prediction of different type of cancer over the year, then pancreatic cancer is projected to be the second deadliest cancer by 2030, right? So about 9 years or 10 years from now, you can see the number of deaths by pancreatic cancer even more than liver, colon, and rectum, and many other types. So it will be the second deadliest cancer down the road. Okay, so why is this such a fatal cancer? The problem with it is that more than half of the cases that are diagnosed at a late stage, right? So you can look at this paper here. You can see the statistic of it. And with this type of cancer, does not respond well to external treatments, meaning, you use chemotherapy, for example, right? Or you use different type of drugs. It's not effective there. So the current way to combat with this type of cancer is to do surgery. So basically the way to do it is to cut a section of the tissue out, right? So you open the patient up, you go to the pancreas, and basically you cut a section of the tissue out, right? And then this biopsy would be looked at by a pathologist, right? So if the pathologist look at it, because of the time constraint, he or she look at only 1% of the surface area. So if the pathologist finds cancer, then the pathologist would tell the surgeon that, okay, you need to cut more, right? So basically the surgeon cut one more biopsy and then gives up to the pathologist, and the pathologist looks again. And then the process repeat again, right? Until you find no more cancer, or until the patient have so little of pancreas left that the patient can't even survive after the procedure. So you have to stop, right? So that is how it is done now, and that is why it's so fatal. So the problem in improving the outcome of the treatment is actually in finding the margin, right, between the healthy and cancerous cells, so that the statistic is that if you remove all the cancer cells, then 80% of the patients with clean margins, right, would be alive 5 years or more after the surgery. But if there's any cancer cell left, right, after the surgery, then basically almost nobody survived past 2 years after the study or after the surgery, right? So that's why the most important thing in this type of cancer during the surgery is to find the margin, right, the border between the cancer cells and then the healthy cell. So the current medical practice for surgical removal takes a lot of time, right? Take tissue biopsy, and then the pathologist have to slice the tissue sample using a microtome to make very thin slices, right? About 5 micron thick. And then you have to stain it with H&E, right? And then you have to look at it, right? So it takes about 30 minutes or so to do all of this. And you can basically rely on the pathologist to provide feedback to the surgeon, right? To cut more or to stop, right? And the problem is that only 1% of the total area is examined, right? So in 1%, if you miss the cancer cell in the 99% of the area, then the surgeon would basically close the patient up, and then the patient go home with its cancer cell remaining, and the survival rate is really low there. Okay. So basically, we have shown that multiphoton imaging removes the need for stains. We have taken fresh tissue from the pancreas tissue, and we image with our multiphoton microscope, and it turned out that we get really nice contrast, right? So this is H&E staining, and this is a multiphoton image here. So with H&E staining and traditional microscopy, you can look at only one surface, right? With multiphoton microscopy, you can look at multiple surfaces. So you don't need to do slicing there. You don't need to do staining. You don't need to slice the sample into thin slices. So that's why with multiphoton microscopy, we think that we will speed up the imaging speed a lot more. And instead of looking at only 1% of the surface area, we can now look at 100% of the surface area, and we would know for sure that there would be no cancer cell left in the patient, right, after the surgery. So this is another image that show we can identify the margin of the cancer cells and then the healthy cells very clearly. So if you look here on the top, right, that's all the healthy tissue. So you can see very clear cell structure of the pancreas. But then at the bottom, the bluish color part here from this region down, it looked more like blue, a lot of third harmonics that indicates a lot of nuclei in the pancreas here. So if you look at the border here and look at the signal of different channels here through the margin, right, through the boundary, you can see very different behavior of the signal. For example, if you look at the second harmonic, right, which is the green color here, it turned out that at the boundary between the normal cells and then the cancer cell, we have a lot of collagen, right, which show a lot of second harmonic signal that we have here. So basically, through this story, we have proved that we can use multiphoton microscopy to look at cancer margin here. Okay, so that my last slide. I hope I'm within the time. I'm not sure when should I stop here, but I would like to thank all the funding agencies that have provided funding for us to do our work. And I would like to also to thank all of my students for all the hard work that they have done in the lab. And I would like to thank you for your attention. And I was told that I have to leave about 10 minutes, right, for questions. So I hope that is about the time here. So please go ahead and ask your question if you have any.
Presentation. Thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful presentation. I now open the session for any questions. Yeah.
Professor, it was a very nice presentation on multiphoton imaging. Compared to the conventional staining methods, how much time does it take to take this whole slide imaging of this pancreas?
So right now with multiphoton microscopy, we can do as fast as video rate, meaning it's about 30 frames per second, right? So in the current technique, it would take about 30 minutes, right, to look at about 1% of the surface area of the biopsy. Our goal is to be able to look at 100% of the biopsy within that 30 minutes, right? So then we can provide feedback to the surgeon within the 30 minutes that if he would need to go in and cut more of the pancreas, right? Or if we have been able to remove the full clean margin, and the survival rate of the patient would increase significantly, right? From the data, if we have removed all the cancer cells, and 80% would live more than 5 years after the surgery, right? So, so that's the goal that we would like to achieve.
Is there also any autofluorescence, because you are seeing multiple signals? Is this anything that we need to do for the signal processing as such?
So the image that I showed you earlier, that all endogenous signal, right? So second and third harmonics, that's an inherent signal from different structure of the tissue. But then we have two photon excitation fluorescence. And those are the endogenous molecule like NADH and things like that, proteins, right? And then we also have two photon excitation fluorescence. So these images were taken directly from the sample without any processing. So basically, we did not even stain or put any fluorophore into the tissue at all. So that's why we think that we would save a lot of time doing the imaging task here.
Thank you very much. It's a very impressive work.
Thank you for the good question.
I have a small question. Since we are dealing with multiphoton imaging, multiphoton processes, so generally these are highly intense process. So how do you deal with the sample degradation that can be a possible challenge when you're imaging systems, because multiphoton highly intense process can tend to damage the samples?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's a very good question. Basically, at the beginning, when we started to do this work, that's the question we asked ourselves. We don't want to create problem when you do imaging, right? So there are two different mechanisms for damaging here. The first mechanism is based on thermal, right? When you focus the laser beam on the sample can absorb that photons, and that energy would be converted into heat, right? So if there's a lot of heat, you can burn the tissue, right? So that's the first mechanism. So in order to deal with that, problem, we use femtosecond laser pulses, right? So with these laser, we working with femtosecond pulses, right? So these are really short bursts of light. So the average power that we use to do the image is in the milliwatt range. So this is low enough that you don't create a lot of heat to cook your sample, right? So that's the first mechanism for damaging. So the second mechanism is based on the high field intensity of the laser beam, right? So the laser beam has a E field. The E field can be strong enough that you can tear the electron out of the atoms, right? You can ionize basically the atoms or the molecule in the sample. And that ionization process can damage your tissue, right? It turned out that we are far away from that. So we use the electric field of the laser beam. We push the electron out of equilibrium, but we don't push it far enough that it would be ionized, right? So we are way below the damage the sample, following this mechanism. So I think, in fact, in Europe, they have already approved the use of multiphoton imaging or microscopy already. If you use output power from the laser less than about 50 milliwatt or so, which is typically the case that we are doing with our microscope. Okay. So I hope I have answered your question there.
Yes, sir.
It's actually a very good question. Yeah.
And just another curious question, maybe two parts to it. One, you told that you had used an 80 femtosecond laser centered roughly around 1550 nanometers, 1.55 microns. So as I understand, that would require a bandwidth of almost the entire C-band. So how do you make such ultra short pulses to that, say something like 80 femtoseconds, sub 100 femtoseconds? And the other part of the question is, which spectrum range would be much better for such an application? For example, in the 1550 region, you would have the water absorption peaks disrupting your entire system. So is there a better region? Is 2 micron better or 1 micron better? Which region of the spectrum would be a better source for the fiber lasers?
That is a very good question indeed. So I would answer the second part first, okay? This is actually a very important question to understand what would be the best laser wavelength or spectrum region that we can work with, right? To answer that question, I think the first thing to do is to look at the optical properties of biological tissue, right? So in biological tissue, most of the time we have water, right? And then we have a lot of scattering because of the inhomogeneous structure of the tissue, right? So with water absorption, we actually have transparency window up to about 1.3 micron. And in the visible up to about 1.3 micron, and then we have a peak at about 1.4 micron, and then it goes down to about 1.7 micron. That's where the dip of the absorption of water will be, and then after 1.7, it goes up very, very fast, right? Because of this vibrational already of water molecule, right? Of the overtone absorption. So the answer, which wavelength would be best? My answer would be it depends. So first of all, a lot of time people actually use fluorophore, right? It's very specific fluorescent protein that they need to excite, and those actually have very well-defined wavelength that you need to use, right? So a lot of time, because of the availability of TISAP laser, people use 800 nanometer, right? But now if you use something at short wavelength, then the scattering is really high, right? So scattering scale with 1 over lambda power 4, right? So that's the Rayleigh scattering. So we would like to go to longer wavelength in order to go deeper, right? But you don't want to go too long because it would hit absorption of the overtone, right? So right now, in order to go very deep in the tissue, people prefer to use 1.7 micron, right? In order to go deeper, or about 1.3. And in our case, we use about 1.55. And indeed, we have to deal with water absorption there, but it's not at the peak, right? So in our lab, we have developed a laser working at 1.7. I didn't mention it here for the sake of time. We have developed fiber laser working at 1.3 for deep tissue imaging. And then for the brain imaging work, for example, we use the laser working at about 1.03 micron based on ytterbium. And that is a laser that you can excite a lot of endogenous fluorophore. And that's a laser that we use to do the pancreas imaging work that I showed earlier. Okay, so hopefully that part is clear. The first part on the bandwidth of the laser, indeed, if you have 100 femtosecond pons at about 1550 nanometer, you have about 35 nanometer bandwidth, right? It turned out with fiber laser, it's not difficult to get that type of bandwidth because we have a lot of nonlinear response inside the fiber itself. So we can use the fiber as a nonlinear broadening medium, right? So you can start with something at about 10 nanometer bandwidth, 300 femtosecond, and you can go through a spectrum fiber and you can broaden it down to out to even 40, 50 nanometer. And then you can compress it back to, I think the shortest that we made with 1550 nanometer laser is about 50 femtosecond, right? It's even much less than 80 femtosecond that you mentioned earlier. Okay. So hopefully I answer your question.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Any comments or any other questions that you have?
Yeah, there are a couple of questions from participants virtually. So one of the question is, what is the spot size of your focused beam? When you
That's a very good question. So the laser spot size depends on the objective that you use, right? And ultimately, it depends on the NA of the objective. So the best objective that we have in the lab would have about 1.3 NA, right? So it's a so-called oil immersion lens that we use. So now if you use a 1550 nanometer laser, then the spot size would be about 800 nanometer or so. It's about lambda over 2. If you use a 1 micron laser, then the spot size in X, Y, and Z, let's say, would be about half a micron cube, right? If you think of it that way in 3D. So now that's the laser spot size. The resolution depends on the nonlinear process that we use as well, right? So if you have a second harmonic or second order nonlinearity to work with, then your resolution is the laser spot size roughly divided by square root of 2. If you use third harmonic generation process, then the resolution would be the laser spot size divided square root of 3, right? So in principle, we can get down to about maybe 300 nanometer or so resolution of the system.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. There's just another question, probably the last question for this session. What are the ratios of probabilities of the fundamental, the second harmonic and third harmonic excitations to occur for a living healthy cell versus a cancerous one? What are the ratios of probabilities for?
That is a very good question. So I don't think I have a number from the top of my head. What we have observed is that in cancer tissue, typically we have a lot of nuclei, right? And then the nuclei typically is denser compared to other material because cancer cells, they just multiply, right? And that's why you have a huge amount of cells in a small space. So what we have observed is that the third harmonic signal is really, really strong there, but I don't know how many times stronger. There's a graph that I show in one of the slides. Maybe you can look at that. You can see the ratio there. I don't remember from the top of my head. Another interesting thing is that at the boundary between the cancer cell and then the normal cell, we saw a lot of second harmonics or collagen, right? So these are the fibrous tissue that's present. So when we talk to the surgeon, for example, what they do, without any imaging guide technique, the surgeon actually use his hand, right, or her hand you feel the tissue, right? And then the cancer cell typically is harder or something. And then based on that feel, you can do the biopsy, right? And I think we confirmed that with multiphoton microscopy, because in the cancer tissue, the density of cells are really high, and we see we saw a lot of nuclei of cells there. Right? So it's a very interesting question, and we should look into the quantitative numbers there.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for coming over and presenting this beautiful, inspiring talk. We look forward to listen to you more and connect with you in the future. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your invitation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We will now move on to the next talk of the session.
Salam to one and all. It gives me immense pleasure and honor to introduce the next speaker for the day, Professor Dr. Phanindra Yelavarthi. To speak a little bit about our distinguished speaker, Professor Phanindra Yelavarthi received obtained a MSc degree in engineering from the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore in the year 2004. He received a PhD working as a US Department of Defense Breast Cancer Predoctoral Fellow in Biomedical Computation from Dartmouth College, Hanover, USA in the year 2007. He then worked as a postdoctoral research associate in the Department of Radiation Oncology, School of Medicine, Washington University in St. Louis, USA from 2007 to 2008. Currently, he is working as an associate professor in the Department of Computational and Data Sciences, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He served as the chair of the department for the period 2016 to 2018, as well as institute coordinator of Prime Minister's Research Fellowship PMRF scheme for the period 2018 to 2020. He was the chair of Office of International Relations OIR for the period of 2018 to 2021. He currently serves as the chair of Office of Development and Alumni Affairs ODAA. Coming to his achievements, he is a recipient of Apple Laureate Award in the year 2009. He also received the Department of Atomic Energy Young Scientist Research Award in the year 2010, and a co-author of the work chosen for the International Society for Magnetic Resonance in Medicine ISMRM Merit Award in the year 2012. He is a recipient of Indian National Academy of Engineering INAE Young Engineer Award and Innovative Young Biotechnologist Award, Government of India for the year 2013. He also received the National Academy of Sciences India NASI Young Scientist Platinum Jubilee Award in the year 2014. He then spent 1 year, that is 2015, of sabbatical at Health and Medical Equipment HME Division of Samsung Research and Development Institute, Bangalore, working on post-processing algorithms for clinical application of magnetic resonance imaging. He received S. Ramachandran National Bioscience Award for the year 2020 from the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. His research interests include computational methods in medical imaging, deep learning in medical imaging, medical image processing, reconstruction and analysis, physiological signal processing, diffuse optical imaging and photoacoustic imaging. He is a senior member of IEEE, OSA and SPIE and serves as an associate editor of IEEE Transactions on Medical Imaging. He has 5 patents to his name and numerous publications in various peer-reviewed journals and conference proceedings. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Light on the topic, Deep Learning in Medical Imaging, the Road Ahead. Sairam.
That's a long introduction. Thank you very much. Sairam to all of you. It's my pleasure to speak at this event. I would like to thank Dr. Gauri Shankar for inviting me here. Can somebody confirm that they can see my slides?
Yes, sir.
Very good, thank you. So now that it is confirmed, so I would like to jump ahead and then start off on my topic. Before I go further, I have some conflicts of interest or disclaimer. I receive research funding from various private agencies, including GE Healthcare, Shell Technology, Biocon, and then as well as Beckett and Dickinson. But for the work which I am presenting here, none of this funding was utilized. Even though I am presenting here, a lot of this work was done by my students, and I would like to acknowledge all of them who have contributed to a lot of my work here. And as I said, we also receive funding from non-government and non-governmental sources. In the governmental sources, we receive funding from Department of Biotechnology and SCR. So without further ado, I would like to break my talk into these topics. I will just give a two-slide introduction to medical imaging. Talk a little bit about AI in radiology, and then jump to our own lab's work, which is related to COVID-19, because now COVID is a hot topic. And then I will go into something like what are the new topics which people can explore. Those of you who are interested in picking up a research topic on this. So let me just jump into the medical imaging general introduction. Disease. So the way it happens is that on the left side bottom you see that we are acquiring these images, and then on the right side bottom you see these clinicians who are really making the diagnosis or visualizing the lesion or disease. In between is where we all work on, and it's a broad field called as medical physics. And so how do you convert these data which gets acquired from the scanner to something which can be applied? And we call it a computer analysis, and that is where I work primarily to convert the raw data into something which can be applied readily. So once you have these images, so once you have visualized these images, there is something called as radiological interpretation happens. So in some sense, what is the abnormal tissue which you are able to see, and things like that. So now, based on that, you rule out or rule in a diagnosis. So if it is a cancer, you are going to say whether somebody has a cancer or somebody doesn't have a cancer. Needless to mention, it's very important to note that imaging is only 1 degree of information which gets in for the diagnosis. There is other information which typically the clinicians use as a cohesive one. It is called as integrated diagnosis. So now, again, so there are multiple imaging modalities that exist in the clinic because each one of them have some utility. So I think the talk before this is mostly about optical imaging, where you will be able to look at the information at the molecular level. And then, if you want to go slightly above than the molecular level, then you are talking about the metabolism level. So then the nuclear medicine comes. MR is kind of mostly about morphology and physiology. It can do few metabolism as well. And now I have indicated what does it mean in terms of how many cells you can image. So whether it is a, we call it as microscopic tissue versus macroscopic tissue. In some sense, you can say that if you are able to do something at the molecular level, probably you are going to detect cancer at stage 1 itself. As you move up in the ladder, you are going to have a physiological change or a morphological change, which is mainly structural change by the time you move into stage 3 or stage 4 of the cancer. So if at all you have any chance of detecting something, so then you have only with optical and nuclear medicine. That's the only thing which I wanted to mention. So of course, whatever I'm going to talk about is going to concentrate a little bit around CT. And then, then you can see what other topics which you can pick up when I talk about road ahead. So in a simple one, in the clinic, we call this as a workflow. Radiology is one of the main unit which uses the imaging as their main workhorse. And we call that as a workflow. How does the images or imaging data move? So if you think about it, you have the acquisition, which I just talked about, and then we do some computing and processing and analysis, and we generate these images. And these images have some tasks to do. So this could be like, detection of a tumor or abnormal tissue. This could be characterization of this. This could be monitoring over the time. And based on this image-based task, you generate one report, which is purely from the images. And this report goes into this diagnostics, which is integrated, where I mentioned about not only imaging data, but you look at some pathology data. Probably you are also going to look at some genomic data. You are going to look at clinical correlations. You are going to look at the patient history, and then going to make a diagnosis on top of it. So now purely imaging is one part of it, but then you have all these image-based tasks, which requires from the images to characterize certain things. And that could be like, segmentation of the images, that could be diagnosis, that could be staging. If it is monitoring, you want to know somebody who is going through a cancer treatment, you want to know whether the tumor size is decreasing, increasing over the time, such that you can assess whether they are responding to the treatment or not. The reason I mentioned that as a workflow is that, this workflow is really time consuming. And a typical generation of the report after the scan takes anywhere between roughly about 24 hours to something like, you can say a week. 1 day to 7 days is a very common thing for somebody to generate a report and be part of the integrated diagnostics. If it is emergency, then people do it very quickly, but those mostly are not read by radiologists, mostly read by emergency radiologists. So now let me jump into this and then a little bit introduce artificial intelligence here. Then I'll come back to the where does AI fit into the radiology in a while. I don't think today, you can do any task without AI being there. So it's pervasive in daily life, starting from the ads which you see in your browser to something like Google Home, Google Assistant, your cell phone. Everything is there, and so this is called as recommender systems. Currently, most of the recommender systems which pops up ads on your browser and other things are powered by AI. And there are many tasks AI can do, but including I will just spend a little time on the expert systems. That is what essentially we'll be concentrating on. At least in the medical imaging, that expert system has a lot more usage. So again, I don't want to give a history of it, but just I wanted to say that it is not really a new field. AI has been around for some time. So around 1950 is when we have started the AI. That is when the coining of the term AI has come in. John McCarthy, who is the father of AI, said that artificial intelligence is the science and engineering of making intelligent machines. And when he meant intelligent machines, he's talking about especially intelligent computer programs. So remember that AI essentially means that there are intelligent machines which have intelligent computer programs. Now, I think today you can really say that AI systems are the ones which learns from the experience. When we say experience, these are mainly data driven. And currently there are tasks which are already there, like recognizing the images, like your Facebook. When you upload something in the Facebook, you can immediately see that it recognizes faces. Or your camera, when it is focusing on somebody, it's going to show the face. And ideally, it uses the learning to reason. So that means that it's going to learn from the data and then reason it out. And ideally, it should also solve complex problems. It can understand the language and nuances. That's what Google Home does for you, or your cell phone in the voice recognition. But more importantly, the AI system, one of the important tasks it should do is what we call as creating perspectives. So that what is meant by perspective? That means that we say that see the unseen. From unseen data, can it give you some inferences? So that's what AI system is expected to do. in a new situation, based on what has already been seen, can it do something? Now, if at all, I want to define, because the topic of my talk is deep learning, so I just want to clearly define where does deep learning fit in. If you think AI as a superset, this was there since 1950s. Mostly these were devices which were mimicking the cognitive functions. These were not very complex cognitive functions in the 1950s, but now it has become. The machine learning is mostly about the algorithms that improved on the cognitive function utility wise. And since 1980s, we call them as rule-based kind of stuff. Most of the machine learning tasks are mainly rule-based ones. Then, then came the deep learning. So this is because of the artificial neural networks, which are deep enough. So if you want to know what is the difference between machine learning and deep learning, if you have more layers in the convolutional neural network, you can call that as a deep learning model. And if you have only a single layer or maybe only 2 layers, then you can call that as a machine learning algorithm. But both of them are learning algorithms, remember that. And so this is what has happened since 2010 when general purpose GPU one teraflop computing on your desktop. So because of the GPU computing, so the deep learning has become a fast growing field. So again, I don't want to get into this, but I just wanted to say that, thousands of years ago, science was empirical. For example, think about Newton asked this question, right? Why did the apple only fall down? Why it didn't go up? So that's an empirical observation which he had. And from there, there came a theoretical branch and things like that. So which was mainly a mathematical models to it. In the last few decades, we have been talking about computation as a fourth leg for the science, theory, experiment, and mathematical model. Now you are talking about computation of it, where we want to build models using computer. So now in the recent world, we are talking about data. So machine learning from big data is what we say is the new paradigm for the science. And anybody who is not doing this, is going to miss out on something. So that means that now we are talking about learning from that data, which is there. Remember, the data collection was there all the time, but only the new thing is the learning, which has to happen based on the data. Now, in a very simple sense, if you ask me what is the fastest growing field in AI right now, it's the deep learning. And as I mentioned, it should learn from the data. The data could be structured or it could be unstructured. The structured is like, you can imagine like medical data being structured because you have electronic health record, you have EMRs, you have imaging data, which is a particular sequence of a particular organ and things like that. And you also have to make the deep learning algorithms as scalable. We say that can it learn as a feature hierarchies, and so that means that we are talking about large networks which are deep, and it has to learn on its own, right? So whereas in the machine learning we call it as feature engineering, we engineer certain things and then give the learning. So that means that some amount of priors we give quite a bit, such that the machine learning is only doing a very particular task. Whereas in the deep learning, we are talking about working with a really large data and learning all the features on its own. So that's called as feature learning. So that has to also be scalable. It's not only limited to a small data set or anything. It has to also be scalable. But more importantly, what we say is that it has to see the unseen. So that means that it should be able to draw the inference on the unseen data. What is being missed out by a clinician, can it pick it up, or can it advise the clinician to look what is important is. Now, I know because the deep learning being really the fastest growing, there are many papers that come out. Interesting enough, Nature, even traditional journals like radiology also have artificial intelligence is built into their publications. Now, just to give as a single field, medical imaging used to be the largest publishing cohort. I mean, as an area, medical imaging used to publish probably the largest number of papers per year. So this is by topic. Now, once machine learning and deep learning started taking over, I mentioned 2010 is when GPU computing power has come into the picture. So now roughly in around 2013 onwards, now today machine learning, deep learning, AI actually as a single topic, artificial intelligence publishes the largest number of papers. So it has surpassed the medical imaging for sure. So there is a lot of work that goes on there. So now, anyway, let me jump back into, now that I've introduced a little bit of AI. So I'll jump back and then introduce AI in radiology. I mentioned this. I said that once you have acquisition of the images, you have these image-based tasks, and based on these image-based tasks, you are going to generate a report, and then you are going to have a diagnosis on it. So now what happens is that when we do this kind of tasks, which is either detection, characterization, and monitoring, one of the biggest problem is that nowadays most of the medical images are 3D or 4D. So that means that either it is a 3-dimensional or a 4-dimensional. So that means that these image-based tasks, probably you have to do it for multiple slices, and probably you have to do 3D plus time as well, going over time as well. So now you can imagine a typical brain scan, if you want to look at it, typical brain scan will have roughly number of slices. If it is a CT scan, it will have at least 50 slices. So if you have to detect a brain tumor, now you have to go through all the 50 images and carefully do all these tasks. So again, if it is 3D plus time, now you imagine that you have to do it over the time also. So that's going to be time consuming for sure. And then you have all these complex protocols because the technology is evolving, and it is not only CT. In CT itself, you can do, we call it as non-contrast CT, contrast CT, you can do CT perfusion, you can do CT angiography. So there are many, many protocols which you can do the way you generate the data itself. Model imaging modalities like MR, PET, you also have PET CT, so which will give you multimodal information. Now you also have to do this task both on these images. So it gets into quite a bit of complexity associated with it. One is that the protocol itself is evolving over time, and then you also have all these new imaging devices which are multimodal in nature, which are giving you those images, and now you have to do all these tasks. So obviously then you require, you need to spend quite a bit of time. So that is when, the AI has some utility in this. Just to give why do we require AI in the radiology is that, globally, there is a shortage of radiologists. So roughly, for example, just to give a number, for about 1 million people in the US, you have about 2,000 radiologists roughly. And then, if you are thinking about like in India, for about 10 million people, we have about 45 radiologists. So that's quite a low number if you think about it. So that means that there is a shortage of radiologists. If you expect the radiologist to go through these time-consuming and complex protocols, the radiologist is not going to go through so much of that. There is going to be a delay. The turnaround time is going to be quite heavy. So it's going to be a slow process unless you introduce some automatic detection and AI tools. And more importantly, there is a better diagnostic accuracy. Remember, AI is a machine and it doesn't get tired. Whereas as a human, you get tired. You might be a better person in the morning compared to the evening. By the time it comes to evening, you might be getting tired. So, when you are tired and when you are doing these complex tasks, you may not be really reporting accurately quite well. And the accuracy of current reporting, which is purely human, is only 70%. So you make 30% errors. So that is really a big number if you think about it. So that means that what it is going to do is that it is going to allow you to have a lower rate of So now again, of course, this is the one set of problems. The other set of problems is the growing and aging populations. India, to a certain extent, this is not true. India is a lot more younger nation, but most of the Western countries are having older population, and countries like Japan, their average age is increasing over the time, and so that means that they are going to have, some comorbidities which are going to come with the old age, or are having some morbidities associated with it. In any case, this aging population requires more health care. So that is something which we have to account into. And healthcare costs are also going up. Currently, the cumulative annual growth of healthcare cost is close to about 25%. So every year, if you are thinking from last year, if something has costed 100 rupees, the cumulated annual growth for that is now today it is going to cost around 125 rupees. So within 1 year, that's a 25% increase is what is currently healthcare cost is. There are these operational inefficiencies, and then there is a staff shortage. I just mentioned about radiologists. And this is not a problem in India, but in the Western world, CMR codes, which is mainly the Medicare and Medicaid, so they have to approve the reimbursement. So if at all you want to get the money, insurance should approve that. So that asks for value-based reimbursement. Does all these procedures at all needed or not? Now, in terms of workflows, I talked about radiology workflow. There is a complexity of integrated care. So there is also time-consuming tasks. Then I said that there is a diversity in the patient protocols. There are these errors, which are about 30% currently in terms of reports. More importantly, can you follow up, right? So the patient gets dropped down in the middle, can there be alert such that you can do a follow-up? So these are all the current challenges which are there. So ideally in the AI should fit in terms of, primarily we talk about 4 different things which it should be able to do very easily. One is operational optimization. So when we say operational optimization, so for example, I just talked about CT of the brain having 50 slices. So now if I want to read the 50 slices, can it point out the most important slice I should start reading as a radiologist? So that means that I want to know what should I start off with, such that it becomes very quick. So that's such that I can get to the bottom of it very, very fast. And it can also help me in terms of decision support as a radiologist. The AI as a doctor can give you second opinion. That's what we call it as empowering the patients. So if that model exists, can you upload all your images and get the diagnosis done by AI? And population health management. Obviously, the COVID-19 at least has put population health as being one of the important factors. And ideally, AI should be able to do all these tasks very easily. And in terms of imaging, what we wanted to do is that there are these medical imaging devices which are generating all the data. And we actually store it in something called as PACS, which is Picture Archiving and Communication System, or in VNAs, which is Vendor Neutral Archives. So now you can imagine that we can build one kind of a model. This is the Intel model, which it is telling you what platform it can build, such that these trained deep learning models can provide the inferences as soon as the images are acquired, such that it can quickly tell you whether somebody has a cancer or somebody doesn't have such a disease very quickly. But of course, this has to be validated by a radiologist. But right now, that is the whole task. And I think I already mentioned this. What traditional machine learning does is that you have some kind of a feature engineering. So you have an expert like me who have studied the medical physics, who can understand the images a little bit better, image formation. And then we say that probably this feature is the one which distinguishes abnormal tissue to normal tissue. Maybe it could be texture, it could be intensity, it could be shape. And then we pick up that feature. And then we select that feature which is distinguishing the abnormal to normal. And then we want to classify it, whether it is benign versus malignant and something like that based on the feature. Of course, now to do the feature engineering, you require a domain expert who can read those images and then tell you what feature they are really looking at, such that you can engineer that feature and then give it to a classification. What deep learning tells you is that, if you want to distinguish into malignant versus benign, it will learn on its own, right? So you have these multiple layers which you are going through, and it will do the feature learning for you. These are all convolution layers. In a very simple sense, the traditional machine learning, what it does is that, it has a feature extraction step, and then it has a classifier, and then it is going to do the prediction. Whereas the deep learning one doesn't have any of these. It will learn on its own as long as you have enough data, and it will do the prediction for you. Of course, the feature extraction may not universally work. That is also same thing for the deep learning as well. It depends on how good is your data is. And currently, most of the learning we are doing is very task dependent. And at least the traditional machine learning requires understanding of imaging physics and have a little bit of clinical knowledge such that you can do a feature extraction very well. And I'm just going to give one example here. So this is a drug-induced interstitial lung disease. DILD is something which is very hard to diagnose because this requires somebody to sit and look at all the chest CT images and then do a classification based on the features. And I just wanted to point out here the SVM, which is the standard machine learning method, is giving about 90% accuracy. And whereas the feature learning one, which is CNN based, is giving you something like 96% accuracy without doing any feature engineering. So roughly this increases the accuracy by 6% without doing much, and everything being available as a large data. So this is what excited, and this was way back in 2015. So this is what excited a lot of people to work on a lot of AI tools. And again, you can also say that, why to do only for images? You have a lot of other data like genomic data, you have proteomic data, you have metabolic data, you have all the radiomics which you can mix up, and then together can you not do a prediction? So that everything is even integrated diagnostics. You are bringing in deep learning into that, and then doing all the predictions. That is also equally possible. Of course, there are many companies which work in this space, at least in the medical imaging space, which are utilizing AI as their workhorse, and then this is a really large number. Now we can ask the question, right? So now, if you have to develop such a DL model, how many images do you need? And what if we don't have enough data? And what if we don't have enough annotations? Like benign versus malignant is one annotation which I just spoke. And this, to a certain extent, I don't have answers for this. These are all research questions. Even now, I don't think anybody has a definitive answer how many images are required for a particular DL model, or how much data is enough, or what will you do if you don't have some annotations as well. So in terms of model, right, so now what we are doing is that we are taking a data and then we are trying to develop a CNN or a model for it, and then want to get the result. So in terms of model, you want to ask the question, do we really need a deep learning model itself? Can I not do a simple machine learning model? So that's a valid question. And is there any off-shelf models? I'm going to answer this question. That is what we work on the model selection. How can we incorporate the context or prior into the models, right? So now in the machine learning, we are doing a feature extraction and doing classification. So at least if not feature extraction, can I not use some prior such that we can improve the deep learning model? Is there trainer-friendly models, right? So can I do something as a trainer-friendly? As a trainer, can I do something? So I'm going to partly answer these questions through the talk, but these are all big questions which are actually currently burning almost all the deep learning field, not only in medical imaging, but everywhere. Now, in terms of result interpretation, can we visually interpret the result? Remember, the DL, what it is doing is that it is doing a feature learning. Now, we don't have the features to represent per se, right? So can we look at those results and then say something that this is what is the feature it is learning? Maybe the texture is what it is learning. Can we say that? Right now, it is a black box, which we don't know. Can we obtain human-friendly interpretation, like what I said? So when as an expert, I might be looking at a texture, and if the deep learning model is also, the feature it has learned is also texture, so then it is called as human-friendly interpretation. So, can we correlate? Right now, explainable AI is also another big field. So right now, there are not that many models that exist, or that many methods that exist, which can explain the DL result, deep learning result. So let me just answer a few questions which we can look at it. So now, the main, you have to understand why we need to use a deep learning models. So one is that, we want it to be better than the humans. So the opinion on between person to person, site to site. So that is, you can remove that if you have a machine model or a deep learning model. And obviously, the performance increases with deep models. The more depth you have, the performance increases, provided assuming that there is infinite amount of data available. Now, again, in terms of off-the-shelf, those of you who are interested in, if you want to do biomedical image segmentation, I will say please use UNet. It works very well with small annotated images. If you want to do a 3D segmentation, there is something called as VNet, which is expansion of UNet. And it has some skip connections and residual functions, and VNet is better for this. And Inception V3 is something which will remove the variability. For example, like if you have pathology data set, you have even microscopic data set, which has a lot of variability in terms of illumination, in terms of size and things like that. So you can use Inception V3. These are the rough things which we start off with. If I have to start off with utilizing some or developing a DL model for a particular task, so this is what we use. Depending on the task, we pick up one of the off-shelf models and then utilize it. So now I'm going to jump into our lab work. Before that, I can take one question if somebody has a question, quick question. Are there any questions? Okay. So if there are no questions, then I can move on and then I can take the questions in the end. Okay, so let me jump into this. So we are, I want to present one of our work which we have done recently on the COVID-19 management using chest CT images. So before I go, I just want to introduce our lab. The group I work in is called as Medical Imaging Group. We are part of the Computational and Data Sciences department in IAC. Primarily, we train PhD and MTech students, and as somebody mentioned, our primary interest is in the computational methods in medical imaging. So what we do is that we primarily work on inverse problems, which is image reconstruction. So that means that the raw data which you collect from the scanners, how do you make sure that gets reconstructed as images, which is interpretable by the clinicians. We also work on image analysis, and we also build expert systems which are assistive to clinicians. So the work which I'm going to present on the COVID-19 is more of an expert system. And of course, the total theme of this all the computational model is that you want to make the unseen visible. So now I'm sure COVID-19 has put all of us down. I think that's why we are also meeting virtually now. So let me just give a little bit glimpse of how does the COVID-19 progress itself in terms of what it does to the chest or lung. So now this is a patient which has been diagnosed with COVID-19. So on January 21st, I wanted to focus on this red box. And this is the CT image which has been taken. And you can see a little bit of this fibrosis type, right? So this structure which is there in between the red box, which looks like a little bit whitish. We call it as anomaly. So this is a COVID-19 anomaly. And in a bit of space. Now, when you do RT-PCR, the candidate has been taken RT-PCR, which is a COVID-19 test. It is just going to tell you, whether it is positive or negative. Now, what has happened is that after January 26th, the patient has gone through the treatment. And about a month later, you can see that, these anomalies have disappeared in the images where the yellow arrows are. And now, after almost 4 weeks or 3 weeks after that, you see that it is completely got cleared out. So this is what happens when somebody gets through a treatment. And if they are responding to a treatment. If they are not responding to a treatment, then their anomalies are not going to go down. So in a sense, you want to characterize how much of the anomalies are there in the lung. So this is what we call it as scoring of the just CT images. So that means that if there are anomalies which are no anomalies present, we say it's a normal lung. If it is having 24% of the area as anomaly, we call it as mild. And if it is occupying little less than 50%, we say that in its moderate COVID-19. If it is 50 to 74, we say it is severe. And greater than 74, which is 75% or more, we call it as extreme. Now, the red ones, which are the staging of 3 or 4 of the COVID-19, which is severe and extreme, they are the ones which are supposed to be taken into the ICU. So they are the ones which requires intensive care for them. So this is in some sense, it will allow us to choose who is the patient who should go into the intensive care or not. So now again, I want to say that chest CT anomalies, there is something called as ground glass opacities, pleural effusions and consolidation. These are all part of the chest CT anomalies. So now, I don't know whether you have heard this or not, when COVID-19 was on the rise, or at least was severe around August to October period, now every hospital ICU was, who should be admitted in the ICU was a big question. So there were reports saying that people unnecessarily got admitted in the ICU, they may not require ICU, or who should get home treatment. These were all the big questions which were presenting. So what we wanted to do was, we wanted to develop a model, which is a deep learning model because it's an image-based task, and such that our main aim was that it should be able to run on any platform. It should not require any specialized hardware for it to run, and it should be natively running on something. So we said that somebody has a mobile phone, can they run this model on that and then get the severity of the COVID-19 like this, like 0%, 24%, like this scoring. And we wanted to ensure that it natively runs on the mobile phone, it natively runs on any platform you give, and it doesn't require a GPU or any specialized hardware. So we started developing this, and any of you who are interested in the architecture, we use something called as bottlenecks, which will allow you to have a very lightweight CNN. And we use something called as anamorphic depth block. So that means that in the Z direction, we squeeze it such that you can get a very less number of parameters to train. I will show you that example as well. But essentially, you give a chest CT image, it will do the segmentation for you as COVID-19 anomalies and non-COVID-19 normal lung, and then give you a percentage. And again, those of you who are interested in the little bit more details, we used a weighted cross entropy, and we weighted it by each label. We have essentially 3 labels. One is non-lung region, and normal lung, and COVID-19 anomalies. So there are 3 labels for us. So we have given a weighted cross entropy, which is weighted by each label, how much is there, and in the training set. And again, we use publicly available. So these are all the data sets which we have used. Roughly, this comes from close to about 70 patients' data. And roughly, if you think about it, there are about 5,000 slices which are available. And we have also, I already mentioned UNet, which is off-the-shelf model which you want to use. So now I just wanted to compare where does our model stand compared to other. So if you are looking at UNet, it has 31 million parameters. The size of the model itself is about 120 MB. And if you want to train it, it will take about 51 minutes. And if you want to get an inference, it takes about roughly half a second. And whereas what we developed, these are all the rest of the models, I will not get into that, but what we developed was a very lightweight model, which is about 7 times lesser than UNet, which is 4.47 million. And it occupies roughly, 1/8 of what is available with the, 1/6 of what is available with the UNet in terms of memory. And the training time is roughly half an hour, and the inference time is also 1/3 of a second. So that is what we have ended up with when we have trained. And the reason why we wanted to squeeze is that, for example, the UNet, you cannot run it on a mobile phone. And if you want to run it on a mobile phone, this model, it requires a GPU to run because it has so many parameters and even to train also you require quite a bit of GPU for it. So now in terms of accuracies and results, what I wanted to show was we were not that bad at all in terms of accuracy. So despite of having very less number of parameters and other things, we were getting close to about 98%. And the only other model which was giving very good accuracy was UNet++. And that is similar to UNet, but it has a lot more parameters and it cannot natively run on mobile phone. Now again, this is just to show what happens. You give a chest CT image, and this is what is supposed to be the anomalies, and this is what our predictions are coming out to be. So the green ones are normal lung, and the red ones are these COVID-19 anomalies. You can see that it does reasonably well in terms of getting that numbers. It has better accuracy for the normal lung compared to the anomalies, because anomalies are multiple of them which are yet to get. Now again, we wanted to just show that it doesn't require specialized hardware. So we even ran it on the Raspberry Pi, which is a simple embedded system. We also have an Android application. Those of you who are interested and want to play with it, which you can install it on a mobile phone and it will do that. I will just show you an example. And those of you who are also interested in GPU-based embedded system, the NVIDIA Jetson is one good example, which has a small GPU like Raspberry Pi. Raspberry Pi doesn't have a GPU built into it, but NVIDIA Jetson has that, and then you can run some embedded systems, models, AI models on it. So now, those of you who are interested in the Android app, you can actually download from here. And this is just showing you a screenshot. Now you input the scan, it will tell you how much is the anomaly region, how much is the normal region, and how much time it has taken to do the inference. You can load it from your own mobile phone. So this is something which we have done. And if you are interested in more details, there is a paper which is available in the, we just got published about 15 days back or so on the fast track for the COVID-19 focused papers on the IEEE transactions on neural networks and learning systems. So you can look at this paper as well. Hopefully I will also share the slides with Gauri Shankar such that he can share with all of you. You need not worry about not having this information. Now I'm going to just change gears and then get into the new topics. I'm going to be quick with this such that I can close it right on time at 12 o'clock. So right now what we are doing is, if you think about it in a very simple sense, we are acquiring the data, which is this green arrow, and then we are doing a reconstruction of the images. And then from these images, we are getting these features, right? So for example, like the work I showed you goes from images to these features, which is telling you like, look, this much anomalies are there in the chest CT. And from these features, we are getting into some actions. So the action could be like, who should be admitted in the ICU. So we say that, if it is, extreme or severe, which have anomalies more than 50%, then they should be admitted in the ICU. That is what is the action we are taking in the COVID-19 case. So now if AI or artificial intelligence is all that powerful, or DL is all that powerful, deep learning, why to go about convolutedly this way? Why not go from data directly to the actions? Our action is we want to know who is the best candidate for admitting in the ICU, or who has the more severity such that they can be admitted in the ICU. So can I not jump into that action using the data itself? Why to reconstruct the images? Why to extract the features and then get into the actions? Why not go from a question which, hopefully, it will be answered in the next a decade, such that we'll see such kind of models. So that means that, we are talking about something like, bypassing almost 2 other steps and then going directly from data to actions. Other than that, there are other topics like, reading the medical images. Currently, what radiologist is doing is essentially he or she is creating a report from the images which is there. So that is essentially reading of that. So can we convert that image into a text, and then can we mimic that and give a draft report? There are models which are already available which can do that, but it is a little slow. And we are also talking about image reconstruction and image physics. I think that I already spoke about. And those of you who are interested in looking at the roadmap, this was published in 2017 by the White House. What everybody is talking about is this, because big data is a big thing, you want to have the standardization. You want to have the best practices in imaging going across the site to site. So currently, most of the best practices in imaging are locally done. That means that at a particular hospital, at a particular location only it is being done. If there is something that is working out beautifully, and artificial intelligence is good at picking up those, can we really expand that to everywhere? So that means that you are talking about bringing that in this. And more importantly, what is happening is that most of the current referral is based on the experience of the clinician. Can we make it as evidence-based criteria? Can we put it in an objective way by using a DL model into this, such that the patients who get referred to some other hospital or some other procedure, are objectively getting it done? Now there are many unexplored areas. One of the things is that can we learn from the equipment logs? Remember that most of these radiological equipment is a expensive equipment. So these are all like cost you probably a couple of crores to a couple of 10 crores. So now, the equipment being down is a loss of money, loss of care as well. So can we learn from that equipment logs saying that, when the machine is going to be down? Or can we learn from the equipment log that the artifact which you are seeing in the image is due to this? And so that means that we are talking about automated quality control. Right now, the way but if there is something which will automatically alert saying that, this images doesn't have the quality, can at least we can, keep the patient back and then probably rescan if it is permitted as per the, radiation norms. But right now what happens is that we bring back the patient because, because the patient has moved and we realized it only after a day or two, and then again have to rescan because they don't have enough quality. Obviously, that is a loss of time, again, a procedure being again redone is also pushes back the line. So that is also another problem we have. So we are talking about this quality control as well, developing 3D models, real-time feedback on image quality, right? So when I say real-time feedback on image quality, can we say that this image is good enough for an AI model to run? The input to the AI model should have this quality. That is what the training data had. So now once a new image comes, can we really look at whether this image is good enough for the AI model to work or not? Or can I say that based on the image quality, this is probably the best AI model for us to look at it? I just mentioned UNet and Inception V3. We said that if there is a large variability, we said the Inception V3 is what you should use. If it is a small annotation data, UNet is what you should use. So now the question is once the new image comes, which model to run? So can we choose that? So that is something which is also an explored area. There are many challenges for the adoption of AI. I mean, one is that it's still a black box. Nobody knows what is going on. And the problem is that if you give a very low quality data, you have garbage out, which comes out. So that means that, you may not be able to get the correct diagnosis if your quality of the data is low. And universally applicable large data sets, I'm going to show a couple of examples. So the data set might be very localized. So the model might work well there, but it may not work in another site. And fully integrated solutions. So that means that, it is not like a radiologist who can read ultrasound images, who can read, PET images, who can read CT images, who can read MR images. Still, it's a very task-specific model. So that means that probably it can do only one task at a time, like what we did COVID-19. COVID-19 work is just reading chest CT images alone, right? If you give MR images, I don't think it will read that. So the failure of earlier CAD systems is one thing. CAD is computer-aided detection or diagnosis. That also has, really putting back a little bit back step for the AI. Fear of replacing the clinician. So there is a lot of fear that, the AI models and the artificial intelligence is going to replace the clinician, even though that is not true. Compliance-wise, when there is a misdiagnosis, which one will take the ownership? In a very some sense, who has to get sued? Can I say that, because the data doesn't have enough quality, the AI model didn't work? Or can I say that AI model is not good enough for us or made the wrong diagnosis? So this is also another big issue. Now, I just told you, right? So I'm going to go and show you a couple of examples of where AI and DL didn't work. So there was this national lung screening trial for the lung cancer where they were looking at lung nodules. And they were segmenting the lung nodules in this national lung screening trial. The AI model which was developed was giving accuracies around 90%. So the lung nodules were able to detect about 90%. When they brought that model and then applied it on Oxford University Hospital data, the accuracy has gone down to 60%. So that means that, it was giving almost 30-40% errors. So which is quite a bit, right? So now, it didn't work as we wish. And there is something called as also adversarial attack. So that means that what you do is that even a small noise in the data will actually lead to accuracies falling down quite a bit. And these noises are very common in an X-ray type machines, because the reason is that X-ray tube keeps on heating up. And as you use more and more, especially the long scans, you have a quality, beam hardening effect, which will not be the same type of SNR is what you get. So now when you are adding small noises, the accuracies were falling down by 15%. So it was not immune to these adversarial attacks as well. And of course, the biggest failure has been this IBM Watson Health. This is called a Watson for Oncology, or Watson's AI Doctor. So MD Anderson, which is in the US, has spent about $62 million in getting that and installing it in their premises. And then finally it has not gone well, and then they have just put it outside and said that we will not renew the contract, and they have stopped utilizing it. Now I'm just coming to close. In my view, at least AI in terms of radiology and clinic, it works the best as assistants or adjuncts. I don't think it will replace the clinician in any manner. And ideally, it will combine the human knowledge with the power of these intelligent analytics, such that you combine the machine and the human, and then you are going to make a big impact, like 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Mathematically, it is not possible, but here you can do that. Precision medicine and population health is going to be the key for the AI, because there are new data sources. It can tackle the complexity, and population health anyway has become more important in the COVID-19 cases. And the prevention and patient education. So in some sense, early warnings of something happening, and engagement on a personalized manner is always helpful. I think COVID-19 also has shown that the prevention is more important in almost all. And you increase the value-based care as well. And that is where I will stop. I have more topic, but anyway, I will stop here, and then I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful talk. Now I throw the session open for questions.
Dr. Maninder, there are a couple of questions in the
Sir,
chat. You can probably answer them.
Yes, I can read out the chat, and then I can answer that question. So let me start on the first one. I think Subhakant Sahu asked this question: how much time a deep learning imaging model take to learn its own? Well, the learning depends on how many layers you are putting and how much is your training data is. Depends on your GPU power, computing power as well. The quick answer to it is that if you have a powerful GPU and something like UNet takes about an hour for it to learn something, assuming that you are answers the question. So let me go to the next question.
Is it using Raspberry Pi itself? That 1 hour, 1 hour duration for using the Raspberry Pi?
No. So we have not really done the training on the Raspberry. We have done the training on the non-GPU. We deployed it on Raspberry Pi such that it natively runs on it.
Okay.
If you have to run it on a, like, say something like NVIDIA Jetson is a better example.
And how many images are required for this learning process?
Okay, that's a good question. So it depends on what you want to learn, but roughly, we will say anything around 500 and above are good.
So you are getting the images of the COVID from the COVID hospital, is it?
Yes, I mean, it's not really our hospital, but it is somebody in Norway who gave me those data with annotations.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. And so there is one more question I can take. And Inception V3 for segmentation of data like histopathology, whole slide images. Okay, so this is a good question. I mean, I don't have a definitive answer for it, but one thing I wanted to mention is the whole slide images in the histopathology are very big. They run into GBs. I mean, one image itself could be as big as 1 gigabyte. So now if you have such a big image, it is not possible for you to run any model, right? So it won't take, it has to happen as a patch based. So your training still has to happen as a patch based. And so you want to look at it. So something like what we use is a GPU called as RTX 8000, which has 48 GB as the memory. and we have 2 cards in one machine. So totally it gives you something like 96 GB. So we can a little bit of models on that. But having said that, it doesn't solve the problem of 2 GB as an input. Still, you have to do patch based only. And because UNet may not really work, UNet is encoded decode architecture which doesn't have a residual connections or skip connections. So it is a hierarchical model which cannot really learn so much. So I will still use for it. Okay, give an idea in depth and number of feature maps, what we are looking at in models in comparison to the for the proposed model. Okay, so now I wanted to say that depth wise it is the same. So we have used the same number of layers. What AnamNet has compared to UNet. Number of feature maps wise, the dimensionality of the feature map is quite low here because we were doing a bottleneck. We were squeezing in the Z direction. So in a very simple sense, it is at least, in terms of feature map, every layer is decreasing it by 1/3. So in this case, I think we used about 30 layers. So you can say 1 over 3 or 30 is the feature map which we have reduced in this. So that's a good question as well. Even though we have reduced the feature maps, still we are doing a classification task. That means a pixel level classification. Each pixel in the chest CT has to say whether it belongs to normal lung or whether it belongs outside the lung or it belongs to COVID-19. So these are the 3 classes which we were putting it as a classification. Okay. And I have one more question about, is there a possibility to train model for medical image classification using RNN model? Since we are dealing with time series data, like patient is recovering, like what you showed in the sequence of images using coordinate. Well, RNNs you can use. I mean, even though I personally don't work on the time series data, we were only work with the static data. There are people who work with RNNs using a time series. One of the quick example is the CT perfusion. So there are people who use CT perfusion data using RNN. Okay, so then Vijay Sai has asked this question. Human interface can predict the noise as noise and machine will not be able to do that. Well, the definition of the noise is what is not a signal. So in a very simple sense, the human has a lot more things in the context. So we call it as contextual based interpretation. So the human knows what case the human is looking at and what is expected. And the human is also going to have a lot more additional information that comes into this. So that means that the human might have the patient history. The human might have checked with the nurse, how did things go? And then only they are really looking at the images. Whereas in the deep learning model, all it is looking at is only the images, right? So it doesn't have the context, right? So under what circumstances the patient has gone in, right? For example, like in the COVID-19 case, you can ask the question, right? The human might know whether the patient has walked in for the scan or not, right? So that means that if the patient has walked in, so that means that they have enough lung function, because you can only walk in if you have enough oxygen in your body. So in some sense that gives you the context. So human is better at that, whereas machine is not better at that. So then there is one more question. So he's analyzing chest CT images for COVID detection. You have discussed various models. A model based on LED is having lesser learning time, lesser detection time. Can you tell how? Okay, so the LED net is one of the lightweight networks which you can train. But having said that, the accuracy is not that good. So let me go back to that slide. And then show you that, right? See, LEDNet has very less number of parameters. Actually, the most lightweight network is something called as efficient net, ENet. It has only about 300 K, about 350K parameters. But LED-NET has almost 910K parameters, right? And size-wise also, ENET is much smaller than the LED-NET. It is having 16 minutes as the training time and 298 millisecond, right? As the number of parameters go down, your training time obviously goes down. Now, LED-NET, if you look at the accuracies in terms of sensitivity also, it is, for the abnormality, the sensitivity is very low. It is not very sensitive. And even in terms of die score also, it is giving far below than what our network was giving. So in some sense, that's why our network has turned out to be better. So that's why we said ARAMNet is better. It says that chest CT scan reports CORAD4 means. Okay, so the CORAD4 is a medical code which you can use. And of course, when we did this work, COVID-19 didn't have CORAD scores. Only now, post January, the CORAD scores for the chest CT for the COVID-19 have come into the picture. So earlier we didn't have, so otherwise we would have classified into that CORAD scores as well. So at that time it was only moderate, severe, extreme, normal. So those were the classes which we have classified into. Okay, how do you go about annotating data in the medical field, especially since it requires doctor's time? Well, this is a big question, right? So that's why we have models which are annotation efficient. So there is no single answer for this. We still require the doctor time. The doctor has to sit and then do the annotation for us. So if you look at our own paper, the annotations were done by a radiologist in Norway. It is not a radiologist who is in India. So because during the COVID-19 peak time, everybody had, radiologists were very busy. Right? Okay, so now Abhishek has another question. Like IBM made their AI model Watson. Is any company in India which is working on any such model which will help diagnosis in real assisting the diagnosis process? Well, I don't think there is anything like that in India that is happening, which I can think about. But there are these initiatives which government wants to do. For example, if you are interested in, you can look at something called as National Digital Health Mission. So NDHM is part of the National Health Authority, which is part of the Ayushman Bharat. NDHM has this big vision of developing these AI models and having kind of a marketplace for anybody to go and download the model and then utilize it for their own diagnosis as a third party. I think I have answered any questions, and any other questions, please feel free to ask.
Thank you, sir. If we have more questions, we can take it offline. We'll be sharing the speaker's email ID with you all. Thank you, sir, for the wonderful talk on this most wonderful area, deep learning in medical imaging. It was indeed an inspiring and a thought-provoking talk, and I hope it has inspired us all. We hope to hear more from you, sir, in the coming future. Thank you. Sai Ram.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
Om Shri Sai Ram. Now I have the pleasant duty of introducing the next speaker for this session. Our next speaker is Dr. C. Murali Krishna. Dr. Murali Krishna, presently the Scientific Officer G, and also heads the Chilakapati Lab at Education in Cancer, which is under the umbrella of Tata Memorial Center, Mumbai. His research interests include developing cost-effective Raman spectroscopic diagnostic methods for specific and sensitive detection of cancers and various diseases in the very early stages. Through his research, Dr. Krishna has extensively contributed to the early diagnosis of oral cancer. Dr. Krishna is the first person to demonstrate in vivo Raman spectra of oral cancer subjects and the diagnosis of the earliest events in oral cancer, such as pre-malignant subjects and the cancer field effects in clinically implementable time. He has successfully shown oral cavity can be treated as a single entity through Raman-based screening, and his findings are major steps towards the cure. He has also focused on developing Raman microspectroscopy for diagnosis using cell smear, serum, plasma, and tissue microsections. His studies suggest that utility of serum Raman in diagnosis of asthma, malaria, and dengue subjects. Coming to his career and achievements, Dr. Murali Krishna received his PhD degree from the Saha Institute of Nuclear Physics, Calcutta, and completed his postdoctoral work from Biophysics Laboratory, CRNS, France. He was a recipient of fellowships such as FAP-SCP Fellowship from Brazil and BOYS CAT Fellowship from DST Government of India. He is part of several international collaborations such as European Union, Indo-US program, Indo-Finnish program, and Indo-Mexican programs. Dr. Krishna is a member of many scientific communities such as International Society for Clinical Spectroscopy UK, the International Society of Optics and Photonics USA, life member of Indian Society of Radiation and Photochemical Sciences, Society of Biological Chemists, Society for Cancer Research and Communication. Dr. Murali Krishna has been very actively involved in academic teaching. He was an associate professor at Manipal Academy of Higher Education till 2007 and was also a visiting faculty at Biophysics Laboratory, CRNS, France. Dr. Krishna has been the visiting faculty to the University of Reims at France since 2002. Dr. Krishna has guided more than 10 PhD students so far. Coming to his publications, he has more than 135 publications and 15 book chapters and 1 book to his credit. Now, Dr. Krishna will be speaking to us on Raman theranostics in healthcare. Over to Dr. Krishna.
Dr. Krishna, you have to unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then let me just, Can you see my slides?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, first of all, big thanks for this invitation and very kind words about this introduction by Dr. Borshik and others. It's a wonderful conference. I can see that because I've listened to very interesting talks by I think Dr. Q and Swanindra. Wonderful topics on imaging, actually multiphoton and also MRI imaging, and especially very relevant to the existing COVID issues. So now I think I'll take you people to completely different topics. Basically, it's Raman-based theranostics. What I mean by theranostics is a tool which can be used to kind of diagnostic applications, also can be used to therapeutic monitoring. That's what I mean by this word theranostics. That means same techniques can be used to kind of to the diagnose or screen the disease. Also can follow the therapeutic application. That's what I mean by this title. And in the outline, what I'm trying to do is I'm just going to talk about Raman spectroscopy. Essentially, I'm going to talk about Raman first, because he's the very interesting personality who discovered this phenomena, and also instrumentation and other things. And in clinical applications, I spend more time on cancer because that has been our mandate here. We worked on several cancers, mostly in head, neck, and cervical has been our area of interest. And also I'll talk about few non-cancer disease applications. And I try to not to show you a lot of data, but rather show you the applications because that makes easy for all of us. So if you look at the scientists in British area, pre-independence area, we have a lot of people like Mirza Saha, then Bose, and all these people. And among them, definitely Dr. Raman, Sir Raman is a star. And if you look at him, he was the first, he stood first in MSc without attending classes. And he published a paper in 1906. And it happens to be first paper from Presidency College of Madras, now Chennai. Then he moved to as a editor general to Calcutta. Then he got into ISCS, Indian Institution of Cultivation of Science. Then the rest is the history. Then, if you look at these things, he's the first man to get a Nobel Prize, and he announced this discovery in 1928, and which we call as a National Science Day, and we recently celebrated it. And he's he's very serious about research, highly nationalistic in general.
Sir?
Yeah.
Sir, could you please make your PowerPoint presentation full screen?
I did so.
Please press F5, sir. We are.
F5. Can you see now?
F5.
Does it work now?
Not yet, sir.
Not yet, okay. Okay.
Sir, in the bottom of the PPT, notes, comments, the.
I don't see. What is it?
Sir,
1 minute. I got some support. Does it work now? Does it work now?
Sir, like last night, you can just stop sharing, reshare it, and
Okay.
press that slide window.
Okay, I do that.
Present now. Can you
Present now,
just yes,
Entire
present
screen.
now. Yeah, and the entire screen. And
okay.
It will ask you for that intermediate step, a blue icon on the window
Yes.
you want to select.
Yes. Does it work now?
Yeah. Yes. Now come. Please go to the PPT. Near the Zoom. Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. So I think you could hear what I said before. So essentially, he's a very nationalistic in his mindset, and it's a great incident. They say after picking up the Nobel Prize, he was kind of crying because he saw, first he thought Nobel Prize for him, then later on it's for India. Then he found there was no Indian flag, but it was a Union jacket at the time. So that was him. Then also he has very strong opinions about many things. Like for example, he thinks that it's especially for the young people. What is important for quality of science is freshness of outlook, rather than the looking at maturity and all those things are not. It's basically freshness and how quickly you can look. And also about Indian mind, he says that we have we are a little lack of courage. I think even these comments he wants to hold good. And if you can come out of it, you'll be definitely successful in doing things. And also he thinks that foreign education, he don't say that foreign education doesn't make huge difference, but all he says is interest for science comes within yourself. That's what he means. Okay, now with this, now I thought I should speak about Raman because he is a man who actually created a huge impact on Indian science. I thought I should speak few words on that too. I use his technique for the last 22 years, so I thought it's my job to talk about him. Then let's talk about Raman effect. You can see this on the screen. There's a lot of green lights going on. Then there's a molecule here. When it hits, you see the green light. Many green lights are coming. Also, there are other lights coming of different colors. And the lights which come in the same frequency as hit, these are the basically Rayleigh, and all other things what you see are different colors. These are the Raman photons. Now there's an interesting story about how this man got into this field. One argument is there are he has, like any big man, as you grow, you have people who talk good about you and bad about you. Because some people believe that he was just a copycat. He was trying to copy what Compton did for access to light. But his opinion, at least by G.V. Raman's book, who happened to be our Vice Chancellor, I think, some time back. In his book, he says completely different story. What he tells is, actually, at that time existing theory was the color of sea is just reflection of the sky, color of the sky. That was the theory which Lord Rayleigh has proposed. And when he was traveling from 1921 from London to Bombay, he felt it's not true because the color of the sea changed as he traveled. So then he did some experiments, and by the time he reached Bombay, I think he presented a paper to Nature, a letter, saying that it's nothing to do with the reflection of what you see the sky, but it's a scattering of the liquids. That was his theory, and he kept on working on that. So this is that fundamental great paper which he published in March 1928, where he discussed, yes, when you hit the lights in the liquids or gases, you see a same light, diffuse radiation of ordinary kind, having same wavelength, what we call as Rayleigh, but it also accompanied by a degraded second radiation. That's what he call as Raman. Actually, the Raman did not call himself it is a Raman effect. It's basically Bose. S.N. Bose, who was also a contemporary, was in Calcutta. Then he said he did a wonderful thing and you get a Nobel Prize for it, and it should be called Raman effect. That's what happened later on. So again, these things what I'm trying to tell you is like how fierce he was in publishing papers, how he was trying to put his things. For example, if you look at March 1928 to June 1928, he had 1, 2, 3, several papers by himself. If you look at like almost every 2 weeks he was publishing a paper. I think that I was told it's 2 weeks because that was the time you need, to the doc to come, and that was the kind of time he was doing, and it was pre-independence area, and communication was a problem. But still, you can see that, and he also had competitors from different groups, and he could able to present saying that yes, and he could able to get Nobel Prize for his work. And this tells you that you really have to when you pursue, you should very actively pursue to show what you are. I think that is a lesson from what Dr. Raman wants to tell us. We should be very hardworking and we should publish it also. Then what we measure in Raman, basically what you measure is basically vibrational modes of the molecules. As you can see, the simple methane, how many number of vibrational modes are coming. It's crisscrossing and symmetric and asymmetric, stretching, scissorings, all kinds of modes will come. And in case of a lower one is a aromatic compound which shows the ring breathing modes to different vibrational modes. And interesting part is all these things will give you very strange and different lines. So each vibrational mode has a line, and this gives you the fingerprint of the molecule. So now the question is, when we talk about the instrumentation of Raman, the very important point of Raman is basically at this point of time is the filters, where you remove the Rayleigh. You have the laser hitting the sample, then the molecule gets vibration, then you get Rayleigh, same line, and also you see the Raman lines, and you have to have a good notch filter to remove the Rayleigh and correct it. That's how the whole instrument goes. And this scheme is what Raman has tried. You just put a violet filter to get a violet out, then you have a molecule, then you put a violet filter to a green filter to cut out the what's coming from the violet line, and only allow the green to come on. And he he pumped violet and got a different color. That's what he was trying to see. Basically, one is basically the Rayleigh line, other is basically the Raman line. That's what he tried to see, and all his instrument was basically eye. And if you look at now the progress of Raman instrumentation, something 1928, starting with eyes, the eye-based detection. So now we have already reached, space. We are right now in the Mars. It's part of the rover now. So that's what is the great progress made. And there's a lot of, lot of things have really progressed. Actually, there's a lot of developments in that case. If you look at Raman instrument, as I told you, he used the sunlight and he used a couple of filters to see, and using eye, he was detecting the change in the frequency from what has been targeted or what has been impinged on. And this is the electron is shifted to photographic plates. This instrument you can see in IISc Bangalore. I joined somewhere in 1998, where our instruments were like this. This is the laser, then we have all the beam steering optics, which take you the sample somewhere here. We put a sample somewhere here. It was a biopsies. Then the Raman is collected here. The CCT and spectrographs are here. So that's how we started. Then we improved. Now we have reached such a stage. You can see that hardly there is anything, because yes, it's basically all beam steering optics are taken away, and we have just fiber probes to take the light and bring it back. Then you have a laser and a spectrograph and CCD. And in fact, laptop becomes the biggest component of the instrumentation. So from this to this, we reached in about a decade time. Then we played around the instruments. Actually, what you can see, this was the instrument which we have used for oral cancers. Then we have used this same little modifications we have used for fiber probes have been little modified to work on cervical cancers. Then on animal models, animal experiments. Then also we did something to do with the microscopic applications also. So now the question is, all we know is Raman gives fingerprint because that's what we have seen vibrational modes. Then how that is connected to disease diagnosis. This was the scheme which tells you why it is connected. What generally we feel is when the light is hit to the excited tissue or sample, anything, there can be scattering, there can be fluorescence, there can be absorption, whatever it is, depending on what are you measuring. And whatever you measure, it tells you what is happening in the system. Especially in case of Raman scattering, what we expect is it gives a metabolic fingerprinting. It gives a kind of metabolomics kind of thing. It tells you what kind of molecules have changed during this phase. So, whole hypothesis is when tissue has changed from when the person has or condition has changed from healthy to disease situation, there should be some kind of changes in the molecular things here, and that we can catch by Raman scattering. That's what essentially what we are trying to do it here, and and we'll see how this hypothesis works in disease diagnosis. That's what going to be my next 20-30 minutes. I'm going to speak about it. Then this is a flow chart, how exactly we work. What we do is we do the spectrum, then we have some analysis by unsupervised or supervised classifications. Generally, we use this is first step to see whether there is any, suppose you record spectra of say healthy and disease conditions, or the spectra are same or spectra are different. To do that, we do a PCA first. Suppose PCA works, then we go for we try to develop the models using PCLDA, and these models will be evaluated by leave-out cross validation or by the the blinded samples. Blinded samples will tell you how accurately you can predict a sample as healthy or not healthy. That tells you your models are correct or not correct. So how you do about the spectrum? Basically, the spectra you have to do certain corrections. Depends on what kind of instrument you are doing. In our in vivo instrument, we used to do this kind of correction. We used to have sensitivity response correction. We have background correction, interpolation. That is, you record spectra, say maybe from 400 to 3,400 or 2,000, but depending on what range you are working. But mostly we use 800 to 1800 or 600 to 1800. That's our fingerprint region. That's very important for us because that's where we get all the information. Then we do it, and the baseline correction we used to do a first derivative. Now we don't do first derivative. In first derivative, because the reason for going for first derivative based the background the baseline correction is this is objective. Yeah, otherwise you do a baseline, baseline can be different, depends on the person to person, it can vary. So all idea of the entire using all these processes to make things simple, and it's not depend on the operator. It should be independent of the operator, so that models can be used in long term, stuff like that. And we need to do normalization because it's basically we're collecting scattering. It all depends on suppose the operator is good, we focus it well, and the laser is slightly higher level, then you get a bad signal. Otherwise, you don't might get a slightly feeble signal. So the moment you normalize, the vector normalization or the highest peak normalization, all the intensity variations are gone. Now only looking at the ratios, relative intensity of the bands. So that makes more reliable analysis. These are the steps how the spectra look like from different stages. Then basically we use MATLAB based analysis. Now we are using unscrambler for this. Then we do cross validation, basically leave-out cross validation or test prediction we use. The overall thing is like then how you present the data. One is the scatter plot, where each of them will talk about one spectrum, basically each colors and how these three groups are separate. Or we use a confusion matrix. Confusion matrix, ideally, if everything is correct, you can see all the diagonal elements will have numbers. All non-diagonal elements should be 0. That means suppose group A, if it is good, it will show as 15 all group A and doesn't show anything group B or group C. So that will tell you how good, how accurate, how bad is your analysis. That means your diagonal elements have to be correctly classified. That means the number should be higher. That means your model is correct. Then there are two different ways we do analysis. For example, when you work on in vivo measurements, we use each spectrum as spectrum. That's what we call a spectra-wise. That is, each spectrum is considered as a sample, and we don't try to do anything, just use them. In case of patient-wise, what we do in case of, for example, this happens especially when you are working in vivo samples, where each spot is a point for us because we want to do surgical demarcations and other things. So for that, it is important to use spot to spot. When you go to samples like saliva or serum or cells, so what happens is you are using a microscope. When you are using actually in vivo, the another reason why we have to change is, in case of in vivo, we are using a spot of 100 microns to excite and about 200 microns to pick up. So you are reasonably larger area to probing it. And when you go to serum or saliva or these things, exfoliated cells or something which are basically, you're using a microprobe based work. When you do a microprobe based work, what happens is your spot size becomes very small. It can become, depending on the objective, it can be 2 microns or 3 microns or something like that. So when you take a sample like 30 microliters, which we need, maybe a biomarker can be anywhere in the drop. It need not to be where you picked up. So to avoid this problem, what we do is we record about 10 spectrum in the sample, and we average them to get 1 spectrum per sample. So that way we try to say that we have kind of got the entire information from the drop, so it gives more representative spectrum. And we do that analysis and what we call it as patient-wise. That means suppose we record 10 spectrum from a patient, serum sample or exfoliate cells, whatever it is. Now we are using, that turns out to be one spectrum. One spectrum for the person. So that is more representative and works better. So I will talk about oral cancers. These are some of the things. The reason why we need to work is basically it's one of the common cancers across the world, and more importantly, it's a problem of developing countries, and more so for the India, because we get about 100,000 cases every year, and half of them, like 56. This is the kind of ratio we have, and half of them die. It's very fun, it's a very, very sad situation, because it's so accessible tumor. Why? And we have treatment, we have surgeries can be done very nicely. It's not so complicated to do a surgery, but why people die? It's because late detection. That's one of the reasons. And tobacco is a big killer, and also alcohol. Generally together does more problem. And it's a simple visual examination can reduce the deaths by very long, a very, very big number that you can see here. You can see by, it's a big study conducted in the Kerala for about 10 years by, sorry, I'm not getting his name. So Shankar Narayan conducted this study. So about lakhs of people are analyzed. What he found is he looked at the risk people and tried to give them health education and give them the visual examination. And by that, they could cut down the deaths by half. And visual examination is not always a great technique. That means a simple visual examination can reduce the deaths so much. By doing a better technique, we can improve it. So, but why is the problem in identifying the head neck cancers using present clinical techniques? One of the problem is it's purely depends on how you recognize the minor changes by clinical eye or clinical examination. So it depends on the clinician's capability to pick up changes. That's the first point. Second point is then the biopsy has to go to a pathologist. And so especially in case of very early cancers, it becomes very difficult to where to pick up the biopsy, that is the surgeon's capability, and the pathologist has to be very careful to pick up the small changes. So these two, getting a good biopsy and good pathologist examination, that makes a huge difference, and it all depends on how good is the person. And patients always don't like to come for the biopsies. And another serious problem with head neck cancer is most of the cancers go through something called precancerous conditions like leukopenia, erythroplakia, YSMF, and all those things. Like you can see some patches and you see the mouth opening is a problem. This kind of things happen. And they eventually go into cancers. But this conversion of cancer to the precancer to cancers are not high. They are about 10-15% to, I think, OSMF, maybe lesser to leukopenia and erythroplakia. But the question is, suppose you find somebody who is having a leukopenia or something. Is it leukopenia with cancer or early cancer? You can't do it because you need to have a surveillance and a biopsy, which is difficult because there are a lot of cases like this. So issue is oral cancer diagnosis is not difficult when it is late stage, but it's very difficult when it is very early cases. And very early cancers to pick up is a huge challenge. So that's where we picked up. And these are some of the work what we did in 1998 when I was in Manipal. That's where we started. The first paper came in 2001 in Current Science, where we showed that biopsy can be collected, spectra can be recorded. It was about 115 biopsies, 24 healthy cases. That is we call contralateral. That is suppose so left side is the tumor, right side becomes a contralateral for you. That is healthy part. That's how we work on that. So when you look into this, we could able to see that there are two different spectra. Spectra are very different across patients, and it is workable. Then we went to the next stage. We tried to add pre-malignant conditions, and also inflammatory conditions, and we see that it works. We can able to classify them. They are very different. Healthy people are very, very different. You can see them. Healthy people are very, very different from other cases. That was our second study, which came in 2006. And by then, we were sure that it works. So the question was, what next? Because if we still we have to get a biopsy, then the whole purpose is gone. So that's where we try to see, is it possible that we can make a fiber-based studies and we can just get a fiber to take the light and record spectrum. Because this was in Manipal. You can see this wall, there used to be a small hole here. So what we can take, we can take a fiber through that hole. This fiber can go through the hole and patient can come the other side and we can record spectrum. That was the whole attempt we wanted to try, but somehow it did not work. So then that was the same time I was also working with a French group. We had who had very strong collaborations with Jovinway, and that time it was called Dilor Raman Instruments. So with them we tried to work on the the system, and this is the kind of spectrograph design we thought we should be fine for us, because it's a very small spectrograph, CCD, and it works. But when we got this instrument, they also came up with something called superhead. This superhead gives all the ones which cuts off the Rayleigh light and all those clears the excitation lines. All the filters are here. But this is not a very interesting one, because when you can't just put it into a person's mouth, it will be scary. That's where we work with Infotonics to come up with some minor changes. What happens is this fiber, there is a lens here, which is about 5 millimeters, is the focus point. Now, what we did, we made them to put the lens at this one corner, which has a slight, it has a screws there. So what we did, we can put a kind of bolt, we can put back a, like a spacer, which is about exactly 5 millimeters with additional glass on the top, kind of a calcium fluoride kind of thing, so that it will not go. And this spacer, now it can be taken out. And suppose you record one person, then when you put another person, you can put another spaces. Suppose you have 10-15 spaces like this, then you can work on 10-15 patients very easily. And this can be, now you can disinfect them, so it becomes easier to work. That's where we started this work. And we started by the time we come up to this stage was about 2011, we first reported that spectra can be recorded on the patient in 5 seconds. Then we started working on the pre-malignants, how we can classify pre-malignants or not. Then we also worked on, so then the other question came, suppose there are patients who are pre-malignant conditions, other things, but there are also people different age groups. See, earlier concept was cancers come to only old people, but later on we realized that cancers can come also very young people, about 25, 30 years. So what we did was we recorded spectra of people who are of different ages, starting from 20 to 30, 30 to 40, 40 to 50, 50 to 60. Then also we recorded spectra of all other conditions, and we tried to see whether they do classify or they don't classify. Yes, none of them classify, age doesn't matter. That was a first impression, so that taking this technique is useful. I'm not showing the data because of, I can show you only one data which tells you what is the final stage of it. So I thought I'm not showing you here. Then, as Dr. Gauri Shankar was saying, we picked up the earliest changes. That's called cancer food effects. These are very important in the head neck cancers, because head neck cancers mostly come from, say, smoke, tobacco, or alcohol. These are carcinogens. That is, entire cavity has been disturbed. Now the entire cavity has a problem. Now this cavity can give a second cancer. I will show you the next slide. So now our idea was, is it possible to pick up such early changes by taking spectra of a smoker, non-smoker, healthy people? Can we pick up or not? That was the first thing. Yes, we could able to show that. And another point is, another interesting aspect is, there are in head neck, there are 3 sites which are very common. We get cancers, that is buccal. Then we have tongue, we have lip. Now it is important to see whether all these 3 cancers have to be identified as separately, or all these things have to be used as one site. That was another question we had. That means when you build up the model, okay, buccal cancer model, buccal healthy, buccal normal, buccal, all these things. Or is lipid, lip everybody, tongue everybody. Or can we call, okay, we don't care all the sites, they are same. So this is another thing which we worked, and it does work. It does do a good job. I can show that data to you. This is based on about 72 subjects and 85 which on tumors and contralaterals. That is, contralateral is the people who have got a cancer, but other side of the cancer, where the clinician says there is no cancer there. Then we have pre-malignants, 40 people, different age groups. how it looked like. If you look at here, this is healthy. You see these are the three groups: buccal, lip, and tongue. These are different. The moment you go to contralateral means the disease condition, but there is no disease on the given site where we can. There actually this starts slowly mixing up. The moment you go to pre-malignant, this classification becomes much more difficult, unlike healthy. The moment you go to tumor, there is no classification, all look the same. This is more clear, you can see from this picture. If you see this picture, all greens, they are the healthy people. There are about 1100 sites we have recorded on the healthy people. And we have recorded 590 as a number of sites, almost 1100 kind of things, the contralateral and other things. If you look at the crosstalk between these two, is very minimal. Almost one spectra or two spectra here and there. That shows that a person who is healthy, it can be just by spectrum, you can tell, yes, this guy is healthy. And there is no question about healthy guy getting into other side. So that is a level of classification you could be able to pick up and you could be able to do a good job. So, and none of these pathological conditions go here. So it's a good screening tool. Any all suspected people just record spectra. If they're healthy, just push them other side. And whoever is going other side, you can work on them to try to see what we can do to them. So that way you can reduce the burden on the health system. That is one of the important points we can do here. And we don't need to bother about whether you recorded spectra from buccal or you recorded spectra from lip or tongue. It doesn't matter. Any oral cavity spectra is fine. It works. This was I was talking to you what you call as cancer field effect. This is a healthy one. All was well. Then there was one plaque has come. This is where the tumor started. Then the plaques goes off. Then you get a tumor here. This is a very early stage of a precursor lesion. This is where the cancer has started. Now this cancer grown. This cancer has been removed. But there are other cancers somewhere here which we don't know because it can't be identified. They are undetectable because in biopsy visually you can't see them. They are different. Since they are different, I mean they can't be differentiated by a clinical eye, and there cannot be any biopsy to confirm. Even biopsy also doesn't show a difference. Now what happens after a few years? This cancer will come. So this recurrence is a huge problem in head neck cancers. At least 30 to 40% of cases it seems to recur. So unless we sort out this problem also, this solution doesn't help. So that is where we also try to. So we published one letter on the surgical margins. We said yes, surgical margins are possible. We can do that. Means now when surgery is removed, his calculation is okay. Tumor is this much big, and I take 2 centimeters from here or 2.5 centimeters, 1 centimeters. He takes off that area. But is it correct? That was our argument. Our argument is not correct. You can do a surgical margins. And second point, what we kept on saying is, when you record spectra on the healthy side also, which you think healthy, and match it with the non-healthy area, if they match, there can be a small tumor. Because, as I said, there may be something small kind of things which you can't see. It could be very micro tumor. Now, suppose spectra recorded here are matching. That means there is a possibility that this particular area can become cancerous maybe in next few months or few years. So such person can be asked to come again and again. And also, since it is a basically non-invasive method, all you need is just person comes, just record spectrum, and okay, as long as all is well, there's no tumor, not going to tumor spectrum side, you can ask to go back, and you can come once in 6 months. So this is very important from the point of view of managing the early identification of the second tumors, which is a huge problem in neck cancers. It's because most of the time when the second cancer comes, it's not necessarily that surgeon failed. It's a problem of the disease. So that can be sorted out. And recently we came up with another study, which is just published in Letters in Medical Sciences. What we show it is, suppose we record spectrum, and now, because most of the spectra are recorded around 2011-12, now it's about 10 years old. We know how many people have survived, how long they survived, we have complete data. Now we try to see these two things, spectra of the people recorded from contralateral and the tumor side, their matchings, and how long they survived. When we did that, we could find there is a correlation of the spectral markers to the disease-free survival. So we can also tell surgical margins. We can also tell, can we identify the the feasibility of or the potential second tumors in a person. You can also kind of estimate a person's disease-free stage. So this gives Raman spectroscopy gives good idea. And all these things can be done on simply spectrum recorded on the person, which is about say 5 to 10 seconds. That's all. There is no pain, nothing. So we did also cervical cancers, a good number of cases. And why we have to do cervical cancers is basically it's also a very complicated cancer for Indian point of view. It's a 80% of cervical cancers occur in India, I mean developing countries like India. And the Western world had this problem, especially in the their rural areas. But they have a very strong screening tools by pap test and other things, so they reduce the burden a lot. But whereas we don't have that kind of mechanism here in countries like India, so that's where we have this problem. So we need a tool which can be non-invasively identify it. So these are the etiology, HPV or oral conceptive, smoking, number of children and diet. These are some of the issues. And anyway, these are the cytology, which is the screening tool. They have their own limitations. And eventually, finally, histopathology, like head neck cancer, you take a biopsy and just can verify it. It takes about a week to tell you. And as usual, like same story like in head necks, this also needs the expertise. And most of the unfortunate things, most of the time, cervical cancers also come up with stage 3 and ARB, which is basically, reasonably, late stage detections. So one of the problems what we noticed in this case of cervical cancer is, we suppose when you want to compare one spectrum versus another spectrum, another group, all you need is a control. In case of mouth cancers, we have a control which is in the same person, mouth where there is a tumor, there is a place where there is no tumor. But unfortunately, in cervical cancers, there is no such place, or we can't make identify. And we did there were some doubts, does it work or not? So what we did, we took commercial microscope, we recorded spectra of commercial microscope or own microscope with different lights, and we saw that it works. That was in 2013. Then also we saw in 785 our own light, this one, and also works. Then later on, what we did was, all these cases, they were only controls and tumors. That means healthy people and the tumor subjects. But in this case, when we went to final, we looked at different conditions, healthy and pre-malignants, and also a disease stage. So tell that it works or not. Now I show you that data to you. So this has oral pre-malignant conditions. We have healthy people, we have oral cancers, we have disease control. This is brain tumors basically. So this is about the number of public we have analyzed. So what we did 2 group study. That means we put this as healthy, this is the green, and these are all disease conditions, what we call as abnormal. When you look into it, identifying as normal is about 83%, and abnormal was less, fine. But as long as you can identify out of 80-85% of people healthy as healthy, that much you reduce burden on the patient, on the health system. So then what we suggested them is, fine, you do that. Then once you feel they are abnormal, then build models for different conditions like oral cancers, disease, pre-malignants, maybe tobacco. Later on, you can add any number of models here, and look at the spectrum where it goes. By 2 model system, healthy versus abnormal. First identify healthy is healthy or not, then go for all other diseases, and you can do a good disease diagnosis. At least you can do a good screening here, and you can also get an idea about which side it is going. Is it going to a pre-malignant condition, or it's going to a different disease, or it's going to a cancer? That you can pick it up. So that was our study. And also what we did was, can we use serum-based Raman spectroscopy to identify people who are, whether surgery is done properly or not, or whether there is a recurrent case or not. So generally what happens when person comes to do a surgery, after surgery there will be, inflammatory conditions will be there. So you take one sample from the surgery, before surgery or anesthesia is given. Then you take another sample once patient is ready to discharge, about a week or something. When he comes for the first visit, you take another sample. Anyway, we have to do it for routine, so you just add another maybe half ml or something, because you need about 30 microliters to do it. Then when we analyze the data, what we found is that subjects who have a recurrence can be picked up almost 80 to 90% success rate based on the spectrum recorded after the surgery. Before surgery sample doesn't help anyway, because there is a tumor all the time. But Once surgery is done, because all the tumor-based markers have gone from the serum, when you record spectrum, then you find there is another, the person, it could be two things. One, surgery is incomplete. Maybe some other surgery, tumor was somewhere there or something which clinician has missed it. Or maybe that what I told you in the cancer field effect, there is a small tumor coming up which he could not identify. In either of the cases, we can tell the patient, tell the subject that you need to be examined again. That we can tell. Once surgery is done, we need not to say that all is well with you. We can, after getting the serum sample, we can compare with what is happening. From that, we can tell, yes, you are done, you are fine. Or we can say, fine, you need to be observed. This can be done very easily just by a 30 microliter sample. And also we have used next stage, we went for the saliva. Saliva is a very, unlike, like blood, the only problem is, you have to be careful with HPV infections, HIV infections, all those things, which are not here in the most, generally with saliva, easy to handle, get as number of times as possible. That is one thing. And it gives markers in both ways. One, whenever the tumor starts growing, it starts shedding a light, cells. Why? Because that there is a competition for food, so it has to go somewhere else. There is also necrosis because lack of food, it start dying. So markers will come like this. So in saliva which is very close to tumor, we have samples, the markers coming from here like this, and also through the fluids, other junctions, other things, we also get it. So that means it's a good source of biomarkers from directly and indirect mechanism also. So this is a good way of doing it. So what we did in this case is we recently published this one where we standardized the tool. What we did, we took saliva, we air dried it, just put a sample for some maybe 30 minute or two dries. Just put another drop, so that you get layers after layers. Or lyophilize the sample, just a semi-liquid kind of things you try it. This is because saliva is a very weak sample, so you need to concentrate. Third thing, what we did the centrifugation. We took the pellet and took the supernatant and recorded spectrum. When you analyzed it, air dried, lyophilized, they just club together, they just mismatch and all those things happen. But when you look at pellet and supernatant, they are very, very different. They don't match with any of other things. So from this, our understanding is maybe air drying or lyophilization better because they retain all the parameters which are there in other groups also. So this gives the whole saliva information. So what we did, we took air dried samples, about 30 patients, healthy volunteers and tumor, and we found it works around 90%. We are able to classify them well. So that's with a saliva-based technology. If you can do that, that's a good way of doing it. In fact, we increase the number of cases now. Our classification is much higher. I'm not showing this data here. It's to be published, but it works. Now we are also adding to them other ones, tobacco and other groups, criminal immune conditions and all those things to enrich and see how best it works. Then exploit, I told you the other way of looking at it is look at the, like cells from the area. So you can just collect cells like this, and you take the cells, pellet them, and put them here, record spectrum, this side, and then take the same pellet and do the tap to confirm what is this. And same method I told you, what we made or the same instrument, what we kind of jugad for serum, we could use for same for the cells also. It works well. But it does well. We can able to classify cervical cancers. It works. And in case of head neck cancers, it works. We worked on different stages, including even the prognosis prediction. You can see. Suppose when you record the spectra of cells which go to tumors, that means there is a possibility that this guy has a problem of getting other cancer, because we take from both sides. We took from the tumor side, we take from the contralateral side. If the cells of contralateral match with tumor, then this person is in trouble. He has to be examined again. So like that we did, and also we did for pre-malignant, it works. I will show you one very interesting data for you. This is basically tell you where Raman does what conventional techniques cannot do it. Some of you must be knowing that the cells are different types, squamous, columnar are different cells. All these cells have their own features. Some can be picked up, some cannot be picked up. And if it is cell typing, if two different cells, you can pick it up. Now suppose there is a cancer from cervical cancer, it comes from the squamous cell. Oral cancer, it also comes from the squamous cell. Suppose we record spectra of them, Are they different? Or they're not different? Because if you give cells from head neck cancer or cervical cancer to a cytologist, you will say that they're good or bad, but they can't tell you what is the site of origin. Is it coming from the mouth or it's coming from the cells? Can't see. But as you can see, they are very different. All these things are very different. Our percentage of efficiency is 80, 85 kind of things, even 100% some cases. That means they can not only do it's a cancer or non-cancer, it can also do models for different conditions. If you develop a big model for having all different cancers with their diseases and you record a spectrum of cells and you can tell you whether it is cancer or not cancer, it doesn't matter whether what is the site of origin. Say for example, when we did in vivo Raman, we did on subsides of the mouth. Now we are doing from completely different two organs. Still it works. So that is the beauty of these techniques. This technology has a great advantage that way. So now I come to the last side of it, that is last areas, that is basically non-cancer detections. We did something on the asthma, we did something on meningiomas, which are brain conditions, where you could able to classify them well. And we could also do the classification between dengue and malaria, which is, they look very similar, but it's very difficult to separate them. That also we could do it. It works very well. So, and we also did something on saliva in COVID. And here we use saliva for that. What we did, we took saliva samples in which we added RNA virus and we see whether it can classify them or not. It works. That means and it can tell you immediately. We don't need to wait for RT-PCR results to tell you. We can just tell you immediately. In fact, we have some other data also which I'm not presenting here because still to be published. You can easily do it. Somebody I have seen one of your group are working on ACRS. This maybe you can think of doing it. It's a microfluidic based idea where you can do, you can easily develop to not only virus detection, you can also type the virus, which type of virus based on what nanoparticle substrate or improvising nanoparticles you can do it. So this could be interesting area to some of you to work out. It's a very interesting line to work if you are ACRS and nanoparticle based people. But in general, yes, it works. Then what next? One of the problem is, as I think Fanny Indra was talking about, the doctor doesn't want all these things. You want just green, red, yellow. That is, green is good, red is bad, yellow is watchful. So you need statistics. So for that, you have to make entire thing to be analysis to be online, and it's doable. It's not that difficult. But what really difficult is, suppose I have my Raman machine, I have recorded spectra and all those things. I have my friend somewhere in France or somewhere, but he doesn't use same instrument. He doesn't use same conditions. Can I take this data? Can I use these models to work? That's where we are stuck. Unless this part has to be sorted out, that is, data can be adjusted, it will not, things don't work. And also, when you go for in vivo, we need to have a big bundles. Then another point, and minimally invasive, we are trying to still improvise, and we are trying to, we have one of our colleagues who is working on animal models. She's recording spectrum from healthy condition of animal to the tumor conditions, and we want to see at what stage we can really classify. We see we can classify it very early stage also. So if that all works, I think that will be very interesting. And last, it's the most crucial thing, because some of us want to know what is the marker you are doing. You are recording the spectrum, you are seeing classified. What is giving you classification? Is it just a PCLDA just picks up the pattern and tells you what is what, which group is this? But that's all. It's basically a statistics game. Where is your molecule coming up here? Generally, so far we have been working only on that. We're trying to classify, but now we have means to look into the spectrum from the point of view of biomolecules. We recently have a couple of papers on that line also. Hopefully, we'll come up with maybe a biomarker and a reason for why the classification is happening. If you can do that, that is a very big achievement for us. So I close here. These are my gang, not present people. Some of the people are left. Thanks a lot. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm done with my talk.
Sairam, sir, thank you for your elaborative and insightful presentation. There are some questions in the chat box. Sir can answer. And also a few questions from the people presenting here.
Where is it? Where is the chat box? I don't know.
Sir, we'll read out the question.
It's here? This one. Okay. Okay.
The last question, sir.
PCLDA models. Actually, the PCA, PCLDA depends on, there are some standard rules for that. Ideally, what you should do is when you work on PCA, suppose you have 50 samples, ideally you should start 26 components for it, plus one. Then try to see the variance plot. From that, you can understand how many factors will give you the classification. For example, first 10 or 15 are giving you, say, 80%, 90%, then that is enough for you. Most often what happens is first 3-4 factors will tell you the entire story. You don't need more than that. So if you can do that, that is only information. Secondly, when you go for LDA, PCLDA, there is a standard rule. Standard rule is, suppose you have 4-group model, and tumors and healthy and tobacco guys and pre-malignants. Pre-malignants are about 10 cases, whereas other are 100 cases. In that case, the rule is the lowest group is 10. So you have to do off minus 1. Suppose that off is 5 minus 1, 4. So you can use only 4 components. You can't use more. Otherwise, you are overfitting the data. And when it comes to, generally a thumb rule is don't do more than 10 factors. Either wise, for PCA, PCLDA, 10 should be the maximum number of cases you can use.
Hello, sir. Thank you very much for the very interesting talk. I have 2 questions. One is for publications, do you require to take ethics committee clearance?
Yes, it's a must.
So you have taken the ethics committee clearance and then only have done this one, sir?
Yes.
Okay, that's
if you don't do that one, the project can be blocked.
Then that ex vivo is different from in vitro, is it?
Yes.
Ex vivo, in vitro is the simulation wise they do.
No, actually, no. Ex vivo, in vitro, there's a little difference. What we call ex vivo is, suppose you take a biopsy, you work as such, you have not modified it. That we call it in vivo, ex vivo. In vitro is basically cell lines. It's a biopsy we picked up from the human being, we are using as such. That's why we use the word ex vivo. We're not doing on the person, but we are taking out of the person. That's why we call it ex vivo. I think somebody like a biology fellow might say that it could also in vitro. Right, Shama? Technically, it is also in vitro, right? Yeah. But we call it ex vivo because we have not modified anything. We have taken specimen as such.
How much time does it take, sir? I think I missed that some part of yours.
It's not more than 5 seconds to 10 seconds to record spectrum. And you generally, to improve the signal to noise ratio, you should do maybe 5 times. So typically, maybe 10 minutes to 15 minutes, one patient can be completed.
Okay. And what's the wavelength which you use, sir?
I have 2 lasers, 785 and 532. Ideally, 785 is the best, because 532 can give resonance Raman. That can, because of the resonance lines, you can get a classification. So it's
and
not
the
good.
power generally?
Power, there is a strong rule. The rule, especially when you are working on a patient, it should be never more than 100 milliwatt for 1 micron area. That is the highest you can use. So what we use is 60 to 70 in 100 micron area.
100 micron, okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I have one question. Are you planning to miniaturize your entire device so that it is some kind of a small point of care device with very small form factor?
I think already I showed you from tabletop, it became a portable instrument. It can't be lesser than that. The reason is, see, the problem is you need to have a spectrograph to disperse, right? The spectrograph has to be certain distance, right? It should be at least maybe 10 centimeter long. Otherwise, you can't see anything. Because the laser lines are, see, when you use 785 or 532, you have to pick up from 800 to 1800 range. It's equivalents in the wavelengths. So it becomes, you need to have a dispersion. Other option you can do is, which I told Chandrabas of Jawaharlal Nehru Center, was that, see, what is happening is we can do a classification based on lines at lipid versus proteins, which comes at 1750 and 1650 area. So what you can use, you can pick up the band from, can use a band pass filter, just put it at, which can pick up from 1650 wave numbers to say 1700 wave numbers into one channel, and 1700 to 1750 or like that area in another, this one, take a ratio of it. In that case, the instrument becomes smaller. It just can be, all you need is just a laser and two detectors with band pass filters. But the problem here is you are detecting everything based on two lines, that is 1650 line and 1750 line. It's not good.
So there are a few more questions from the audience. One of the question is, how Raman spectroscopy is advantageous over the microscopy methods to detect the cancers?
Ideally speaking, I personally feel if you are working on on patient, microscopy has no role to play, because you can't just microscope put it on a patient. It's impossible. Microscope is basically if you want to work on saliva, serum, you can work, because essentially what you are doing, like in the first lecture, as you said, it's a, basically it's non-linear phenomena, Raman. So you need to have a lot of photons concentrating on one particular area, and it also depends on the number of molecules in that. So suppose you are using serum of 30 micrometers, you have to focus this one into say 1 or 2 microns spot with about say 20 to 25 milliwatt laser on this one. Then only get a signal, otherwise you won't get a signal. That's not possible using in vivo Raman mission, which has with a spot size of 100 to 200 micron area. It's not possible. So microscope is good for if you are working on saliva, serum, or if you are working on patients or animals, you should work out using the normal spectroscopy methods.
So there was one more question from one of our faculty. How is the therapeutic aspect dealt?
Yeah, I was talking to you about one thing, that is head neck cancers are notorious for having the what you call recurrence. So that's what we could able to see by when the person came, we recorded spectra on both sides, because you have to build a model for control and contralateral, that the opposite sides of the tumor side. So by looking at the opposite side of the tumor, which is supposed to be healthy, we can talk about whether the patient is getting a second cancer or not. That is one way of looking at therapeutic. Second way of looking at, suppose surgery is done, still is he getting the sample, still his serum samples are changing. That is one way of looking at whether surgery is done properly or not. There is third thing which I didn't talk about it. What happens is when you give drugs to this one, sometimes drug resistance is seen, and drug resistance cannot be picked up so easily. Or when you give radiation, for example, cervical cancer, it's always we give radiation to treat the patient. And after radiation, we will know only whether the patient has responded or not after, say, 4 months. Suppose you record spectra, because you have to give 20 fractions of radiation, 5 fractions a week. Like that, you have to do for 1 month, then you have to do 2 treatments. And finally, after 1 month after the radiation, you just check whether the patient is responding or not. That is, tumor has shrunk, or it is same, or it is increasing. There are 3 conditions. One is tumor shrunk, but it has not completely gone. One case, tumor has started growing, tumor just stopped. So all these things can be done if you record spectrum of on the patient on the second day after radiation treatment. We found it works. If you take first day without treatment, you can't make out. But after the treatment, if you do it, you can make out whether patient is going to respond or not going to respond. That is a therapeutic aspect which we did. And also we can see whether resistant cases can be picked up or not. We can do that. Hypoxic, that is another reason why treatment doesn't work. Those people can be picked up. And these are we are doing it, but it has not gone up to the level of what we did on cancer detection. Cancer detection, yes, it's ready to go to the public, but these things have to be improved.
Sir, one final question.
Yeah.
And from consumer perspective, we have a lot of these mouthwash after hearing your oral cancer talk, like drinking Pepsi, Coca-Cola, or even this mouthwash. Have you ever tried any applications using this Raman to predict any of these effects?
No, I have not seen that.
Do they really work?
I don't know. I have not worked on that, so I can't. I have no information on that. So actually, I don't know whether you can see it or not. I could not talk directly. So what I did was I made my own kind of a situation here. I talk. You can see people. The person sitting in the last section was trying to tell me it's not ex vivo, it's in vitro. And this is Aarti, you can see here. Then Priyanka is working on animal models. And we have Sanjay, you see the other person. So what happened, I could not speak to empty stands. So I have to make my own kind of auditorium, taking my students to do this. Yeah.
It's on. Thank you so much, sir, for your very inspiring talk, shining light on importance of undertaking transnational research in healthcare, especially in developing countries. Now, thank you so much, sir.
Saram to all of you. I once again thank all the speakers of the morning sessions, though they are not connected with us, except Dr. Murali Krishna. Really, it was a very good session, and I'm sure the students would have enjoyed, and a lot of learning was there. Since we have got a kind of little delayed in these sessions, the afternoon session we will not start at 2, but instead we will start at 2:20. So this is for the information of all those who are going to get connected with us again. We will have 1 hour lunch break, and then we will get connected at 2:20. Thank you. Sai Ram.